Rangers. Puck drop at 1 p.m. Boston looking to make it 2 in a row after their win over the Islanders. As for the Celtics, they're in Minnesota taking on Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves. 5 p.m. tip-off today. Of course, Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell with the call on that one. These Sport Hub headlines are brought to you by The Nines and brought to you by the Double Bonus Special at the 99. Visit this Friday through Sunday, and for every $25 you purchase in gift cards, receive 2 $5 bonus cards. You gotta love the Nines. I'm George Balekji. Your next Sports Hub headlines coming up in 30 minutes.
Boston Talk Sports.
Drake May.
We all know what, but we won't say what. Yeah, worst take on these airwaves in the last 24 hours.
We may not take a call today.
The Sports Hub. When it comes to Boston sports, we're fans just like you. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Impressive performance by the Bengals, and the Ravens and their fans a little stunned with this one. 32-14, the Cincinnati Bengals, who had lost 8 of their last 9.
Really happy. You know, that was kind of the first all-around game we've played all season, it felt like. Wasn't perfect by any means, but road divisional wins on Thursday nights, nonetheless. Never come easy, and started...
Whatever. No, it was the one after, I forget which one it was, but it was 1 week or 2 weeks ago. And Zoe, at the end of the broadcast, was talking about, it was during the mini-bye, so it was after the Thursday night game, I think.
Yeah.
He was going to spend the weekend.
Cincinnati game, or are you saying it was after Thursday night?
It was after the
Jets?
Thursday, against the Jets. Okay. It was after the Jets game. Because they were talking about
together, baby.
They were talking about how they were going to spend the long, like the mini buy.
Yes.
And Zoe was talking about his Christmas tree, and he was going to get some Christmas decorations up. And I accidentally, I guess, said Merry Christmas. But then I got a lot of heat because you can't say Merry Christmas before Thanksgiving.
So you can put up a Christmas tree before Thanksgiving, but you can't say Merry Christmas before Thanksgiving?
I caught some heat because I said that.
You know what?
Yeah.
Screw him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
how I feel. Yeah. If he was talking about Christmas or something festive, I could say Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
We're looking ahead a little bit. Thanksgiving hadn't happened, but I don't care.
Do you decorate for Thanksgiving? No. People decorate for Christmas.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it was because...
holiday.
Well, yes, and because it's just Thanksgiving was so late this year.
It did.
It was late this year. So you could, people try to get... My wife wanted to get our tree... I think we're doing that today, but she wanted to get it. She was thinking about it last week, and I was like, that's never happened, but we could do that, I guess. But
I was getting pushed in the same direction. I was more of like a hold off. We're still like doing like little things around the house. It's not organized yet, I'm like been moving in, which will take forever.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's wait for the tree. I designated December 6th is the tree day, but I was getting pushed to get a tree. I'm like, not yet.
I'm not. In the when I lived down south, they start immediately after Halloween. The Christmas music came. Like full throttle, 24/7.
You were in Mississippi?
Georgia, Mississippi. Mississippi, I remember this especially.
You're in the Bible Belt in Mississippi.
I'm not one of them. Like, I don't need Christmas music on November 4th. Okay. But if you're approaching November 20th and Thanksgiving's coming up, I could get up for a few Christmas decorations if you want to start putting them out.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. So that was fine. I don't care if I got the heat. It is what it is, and we can officially say Merry Christmas now because we've passed over Thanksgiving. It's amazing to me. I was thinking about this yesterday. High school, I didn't realize how much or how big of a role high school football played into my Thanksgivings over the course of my life.
Okay.
And I played high school football not well. I didn't actually get on the field. Mm-hmm. So I don't have these magical memories of the scoring this touchdown but I used to go to games. And obviously back in the day, you have to be a certain age, I guess, to remember when local news was present in everyone's homes.
Yeah.
The high school football show on Thanksgiving, like the one Mike Lynch used to do on Channel 5, that was the big show. That was a big deal on Thanksgiving. I remember some of the people, my uncles or whatever, they'd always go down to the basement and check and turn it on and wait for Lynchy to see what sweater he was wearing and all these different things. They changed the MIAA format has changed. The games aren't as meaningful as they used to be.
I mean, some don't count.
Some don't. They're exhibition games.
There's literally kids playing like after they've been eliminated from the postseason.
I get that that's a rivalry game and you still want to win. And I'm not trying, but mathematically, they're not. They're not games that count towards the standings, really. Other than I guess the Zavarian St. John's Prep game yesterday decided the Catholic Conference title. That was good. even though the two teams are going to play in the Super Bowl. So they played the game before they play in the Super Bowl, which isn't good. But I don't like that. But whatever. I just, my son didn't really want to go to a game yesterday.
How old is he?
He's 8, and he's a big football guy.
How'd that feel?
It was weird.
How'd that make you feel, Mark?
It felt weird. I didn't care, but it just felt weird. Like,
what was his reasoning? Did he give you a reason?
Well, first of all, it wasn't home. Now, not that the game was that far away, but it just wasn't. It wasn't a home game, and I was like, "Do you want to go?" And he was like, "Nah, we would rather stick around." And then we ended up watching some of the Lions game or whatever. I don't know, but that was later.
He's still watching football.
He's watching. I don't care that he doesn't want to watch. I'm just. It was just part of a tradition that I had always expected to be aligned with Thanksgiving Day. You go to a football game, and he just wasn't up. So now I'm thinking, like, are we not going to? I'm sure as his friends get older. And more of them want to go, and if it's home, he'll want to go. But he didn't want to go. So
well, it's also too like I live in Wakefield. Wakefield is playing Melrose in Fenway on Tuesday.
Okay.
At Fenway,
like last Tuesday.
Yeah, this past Tuesday right before. And I'm like, all right, what are we doing now here?
Yeah,
we're getting a little too cute. See, where I grew up, being in New Jersey.
Did they play on Thanksgiving?
No.
Okay.
Now there were games. Don Bosco Prep, St. Joe's Regional, where the McCourty twins went to high school.
Yep.
Don Bosco, parochial powerhouse. There's also Bergen Catholic, where Brian Cushing went. Like, they would play on Thanksgiving, but it wouldn't be an overlap. The entire state plays. It would be very rare to play on Thanksgiving Day. So, I honestly, from the other side, I think it's odd because it's like high school football is meant for Fridays. The games count. Now, we wouldn't play on Thanksgiving in New Jersey because the state championship was played that following Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
So obviously that's why they're not playing. The parochial powerhouses, the private schools, Catholic schools, a little different format they could play. But I think it's awesome. But once a team's eliminated and they're playing on Thanksgiving, it just takes the juice out of it. Once the season's over.
You just have to understand how.
But when you're coming up, when the game's counted, that makes sense. If the games count, I'm not hating on it if the games count. But if they don't.
You have to understand how awesome it used to be.
I can only imagine.
It was awesome. And I went to a school, the high school, they were always good. They always played for something usually. But at least, I don't know, it mattered. And you're not playing the same team on Thanksgiving Day that you were playing in the Super Bowl. And I've never been able to stomach that, especially if it came down to that game. I mean, a couple of years in high school for me, that's the game that determined who went to the playoffs, the Thanksgiving Day matchup. So it was
beautiful.
Massive. And it was always, as somebody from this area, it was always a point of pride from an athletic perspective that we in Massachusetts played football on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
I was telling Barth and McCarthy, even Barthy, the other day, when I was covering the Patriots in 2015, like back in that area, I did a story centered around Thanksgiving. And I remember talking to a lot of the players on the Patriots, and they couldn't believe we played high school football on Thanksgiving Day. That's not what they do in the South.
Yep.
You don't do that in Mississippi and Texas. I mean, I don't know about Texas. Georgia, they never did that.
Yeah.
They didn't play. They big football states. We're football crazy. We were the ones playing on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving Day, not you. You were sitting at home fat and happy with, so a lot of those guys that weren't from the area sort of respected. They thought it was cool that we would get up on Thanksgiving and play football. Because it's not something that every state does. Some other ones do, I think, but not every state. So it was sort of unique to Massachusetts, whatever. And now it's just not as and I know the people that are associated with it and that participate in it will say it still means something. Well, it does. It just doesn't mean as much, especially if the game against your biggest rival doesn't really count towards the standings, really. I don't know. I don't know. I have mixed feelings.
Exhibition games before a season can count. You've been eliminated. Like, it's not the same. And for people to say it counts, like, they've never played an exhibition game after their season's over in high school football. I've been a part of that. My sophomore year, we didn't make the playoffs, went up to West Milford, New Jersey, freezing cold exhibition game. It's just like the whole thing, like, what are we doing here?
It's not even so much being eliminated, because that could happen. You're having a bad year. But I don't want to play 2 playoff games before an exhibition Thanksgiving game against my rival. That's awkward.
It's not. It's not like that is a guaranteed week 8 game no matter what.
Right.
And you know what? Week 7 you get eliminated. No, week 8 it's bragging rights.
Still
Go out,
means
beat
something.
them.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
different.
End the season on a win. But it's like you're eliminated from the playoffs, and then you're going to play an extra game. It's like, come on. But I understand that tradition.
Yeah.
But the simple and like why? Here, take me through a little. Genuinely, I don't know why they made the switch. Why did Massachusetts make the switch?
Well, okay.
To not have Thanksgiving games count.
Well, because I think part of it was twofold. Number one, I think it was safety. So I
Why,
think
short week?
don't quote me. Okay.
I'm going to.
I think what it used to be, at least when I was in high school.
I'll back you up
Okay.
with research.
If you could find it, let me know.
I want to hear it from you.
I think what they used to do was they play Thanksgiving Day football, obviously on Thursday. Okay. If you made the playoffs, you then played the following Tuesday night. Then the Super Bowl was Saturday.
That's insane.
Is that too much football and 11?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. Now, I'm almost again, don't quote me. I'm almost positive if somebody has the answer to this, 617-779-0985, I'm almost positive when Zavarian was winning some of those Super Bowls and going to that semifinal game was on Tuesday night. It was a weird thing. Because they needed to get it in because the winter sports were starting. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't go long into December. But again, this is high school football, so you could argue that maybe it's not quite as violent as NFL. So you can play a few more games. But I do think it was Thursday, Tuesday, Super Bowl over the weekend, which is a lot. And the other reason is I think they wanted more teams in the playoffs. So they expanded the playoff.
Yeah.
But as a result, they had to move playoff games up, and they couldn't play all the games.
So you're right there at the end because it went statewide, the playoff format.
Yeah.
So it changed it. Quick question. Thanksgiving games, were all of them played at noon or 1 p.m.?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not sure if they were all, but usually it's like 10, 10:30. Yeah. You got to get home for dinner.
So you go from playing on the varsity team either Friday night, 7 p.m. kickoff, or like
Maybe
if you're
Saturday at 1.
the whole season, then it's like, hey, you got to get up at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
I kind of love that.
It's awesome. It was I mean, the game in 01 I went to when I was a sophomore, they were I wasn't playing at that time. 10,000 people at St. John's Prep, both teams undefeated. Prep was nationally ranked, college players all over the field. It was unbelievable. And they St. John's Prep won on a Hail Mary at the end.
I got to look up this roster.
That was a game. Yeah, go look up the 2001 St. John's Prep team. They were
Sidebar,
loaded.
one of the best things is just going down the road to like high school games like that, and then
Yep.
you see the future D1 athletes or possible like NFL guys on the field.
They were loaded. Both teams were loaded. The
Other-
Zavarian team was loaded.
Here's a quick. So it's from 2014. Jeff Pinney of Boston.com. Other states do indulge in Turkey Day pigskin. Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania schools hold games, but there are a few places in the country where high school football on Thanksgiving is bigger than in the Bay State. There you go, Mark.
Right. So it was something that we kind of could stake our claim to, but I just it's just not what it was, and I'm just it's disappointing for me. But I get it. They want more people involved. I get the thing about having more teams involved, but just having the playoff games happen before the Thanksgiving game just sucks. But
Yeah,
we can go into this on. We can talk about this later, George, with the college.
New football playoff format. Regular season concludes in October instead of on the fourth Thursday of November.
Right.
That's crazy. They moved the whole playoff up.
But it's neutered Thanksgiving Day a little bit. So, but I mean, again, I always loved college football. I still like the BCS better. I still liked when yes, I liked when every regular season, the whole season was a playoff.
It still matters.
I get it.
You cannot lose more 3-4 games and get in.
But
The regular season still matters.
What ruined it for me? It didn't ruin it for me. I was already down on it. But
you liked computers deciding.
I hated
who hangs a banner.
I hated Ohio State losing at home to Michigan and winning the national championship. That's not college football to me. That should never happen.
Yes,
Shouldn't happen.
but with the same thing as well, like Michigan losing and then going on and winning their natty as well. It's like one win should not eliminate you from the postseason.
You know what?
Because then that would deter teams from actually playing good teams outside of their conference. And now we get week 1, week 2 games that matter. We get out of conference schedules that matter.
You know what would? And there are things I like about the playoff format. Some
One
of the
win
marquee
should
matchups.
not.
Okay, but you know what I'd be for? This is gonna maybe sound ridiculous. We don't have to have this conversation now. Sort of
Let's
like
have it.
like a rivalry tax. because you know how there's a committee
Yes.
that evaluates and or whatever. They put together who are the teams in the playoff.
Okay.
I think if you lose your rivalry game, you should have to pay some type of rivalry tax. Like it should count more. You know what I'm saying? Like when they're evaluating, I know that sounds a little ridiculous.
So
but if they're evaluating teams on whether they should be either a seed or in the playoff or whatever, if you lose
to your rival.
To your bona fide rival. Now you'd have to have one.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
But like
who's BC's
that's
rival?
right.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry,
it's, technically, I don't know. Like they like to think it's Notre Dame, but I mean their rival's probably more not Notre Dame.
UNC, UVA.
I don't know. I don't even know who it is. UConn at this point.
Who's
might be UConn?
Don't tell Bill O'Brien that.
Well, I mean they suck.
Terrible
No offense.
this year.
Like they suck.
I can see him bouncing back. Though.
They
You got to give him time. So if we stick with this, we'll stick with Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah.
That's the rivalry. Ohio State loses to Michigan. That loss counts worse. Like that's a worse of a loss because it's to the rival.
Yeah.
Than if Ohio State loses to Michigan State. Because Sparty's not as big of a rival.
Right.
But what if in this one, Mark,
I get it.
what if hold on, let's keep going.
Yeah.
What if Ohio State, when they lose to Michigan,
Yep.
what if Ohio State's ranked 5 and Michigan's ranked 7, right? So it's an upset.
Okay.
But what if when they lose to Michigan State, Ohio State's ranked 5 and Michigan State's unranked? Still the Michigan loss is worse?
No. I didn't say that. You don't have to say worse. It could be
So literally a
just as
fiscal
bad.
tax, like a literal tax they're paying. I'll let you talk this.
Well,
through.
I just think. I mean, I forget what Michigan was, if they were ranked last year or what. But you need to.
No,
I
they weren't.
feel like
They were terrible
You
last
need to be penalized even more for losing that game. Like if Ohio State was undefeated, let's just say they were undefeated. Okay.
Ohio State was 6. Michigan was unranked. Michigan won 13-10.
Yeah, so you
in the
should-
big house.
So you should have been.
Or no, in the
In the horseshoe.
Yes.
You should
Thank
be. They should not have hosted a playoff game. They should have still made it, but they should have been knocked down so far
Fair.
they had to go on the road. So I'm not saying eliminate them completely.
Yes.
But that would have been a big price to pay for losing that game.
And let me meet you halfway. So
Yeah.
you're kind of building up like merit to host a home playoff game.
Yeah, if
you
you're
beat
gonna-
your rival, that gives you a chip, a coin to host a home playoff game. And same thing, week 1 or 2, if you play an even ranked, a ranked or better ranked opponent, that also gives you merit for the home playoff game. So then it makes week 1 and 2 count, right? And then it also makes a rivalry game count. So say if they lose to Michigan, but they beat, I don't know, they host whoever, Texas, and they beat them. All right. Like it pushes teams to schedule. What I understand what you're saying of like, it was fun when every game mattered, was live or die, and they lose a game, and you're like, they're out of it.
Yeah.
But what I love now is that we get earlier in the season and all throughout the regular season, better games because they're actually scheduling not warm-up games, not pump-up games, not a directional school coming to town. They beat them 70-7. They're scheduling actual games.
Because you're saying because they know they can afford one loss and it's okay.
But they also, because of the playoff. And then also, too, what does hurt, when the BCS was around, New Year's 6 games mattered. Bowl games mattered. Now with the playoff, bowl games don't matter as much. It's only if it's a playoff game. That's where I'll meet you, and that's what took away like my love for college football when it came to bowl season. The points settable would matter.
No.
The playoff took away the points settable mattering.
No, I think.
So you're not a college football sicko like me.
Here's the bad part to my argument. I think all those old bowl games that used to matter that I loved. Like, I loved watching Michigan State versus Florida in the Citrus Bowl in 2000.
Yes.
When Plaxico Burton and all these guys were still trying. I think all those bowls now would be irrelevant because all those players would not participate.
With the BCS, you're saying.
The playoff gives them, and the expanded playoff gives them more of a reason to play.
Yeah.
Because those other bowls are dead. I miss when those other bowls mattered. And it was like, that was your postseason game, your time to show out. There's a million places we could go here. The other thing, just to wrap this up, who's your rival? You know what I mean? Like Georgia. Who's Georgia's rival? Is it
Has
Georgia
to be
Tech?
Bama.
Is it Bama? Is it Florida? The cocktail party?
But because Bama, I like that. Bama's rival is LSU.
Right, so it's
So
like you're going to
Georgia
pay this
has to be
tax.
someone else.
Bama's but what about Auburn? Bama and Auburn are huge rivals, the Iron Bowl.
I know.
So it's like you then it's like which teams is your official rival? Who you paying? Like it just gets so complicated. I'm just saying Ohio State. Like I liked when if Ohio State number 6 lost to unranked Michigan at home, their season was over.
Yes,
I like that.
I get it. I'm with you.
Now it's like.
Oh, and
not the case.
let's face it, with the expanded playoff, like Tennessee doors blown off. Like the Boise State gets in with Ashton Ginty. They don't play well at all.
Right.
It's just
SMU.
It's going to take a while for it to catch, but there is more parity now. And it's as more teams catch up with NIL. This is something where you don't just flip the switch and it's going to be as competitive and we like it.
Yeah.
But over time it'll catch up. If they keep expanding it though, then they're going to dilute it.
Well, I mean, they're
16.
we got to go to break. The problem is the other thing. There are so many NIL factors now. Some of these blue bloods, like before, you used to need to be like when Urban Meyer went to Florida. He went to Florida because he knew he could recruit at Florida to get to a championship level.
Yeah.
This is what actually makes it so much worse for Boston College. You don't need to be a blue blood now with the reputation and the pedigree in this hotbed of talent to win a champion. Like if you just allocate the resources to doing what you need to do via the NIL, you can be pretty good.
Yep.
So you don't need to necessarily be at Florida or Georgia or Notre Dame or USC to win it all. You could go. I mean, look at the kid. This is a different sport, but AJ Dibanza or whatever is at BYU.
AJ Debonsa.
Yeah. So like, you could do even in football. Like Lane Kiffin doesn't have to go to LSU. He could stay at Ole Miss. Have the
pile up the
resources,
funds, yeah.
and they could get to where they want to go. Now it's a matter of what you want to do. What I don't know. It's just there's other factors, but that's different too. So, all right, 617-779-0985. When we get back, we're going to get into the games from yesterday. There was some major developments that were unfolding yesterday that I want to get to. Major developments. One in particular that has to do with the Patriots that actually kind of stunned me when you sat back and looked at it. And we're going to get into all that. Mark Dondero, George Balekji here, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hurry into the 99 restaurant this weekend for their double bonus card special this Friday through Sunday. For every $25 you purchase in gift cards, receive 2 $5 bonus cards. Offer valid in restaurant for this weekend only. Visit the Nines for this great holiday special.
Take advantage of the Volkswagen Winter Deal Days event at ColonialVW.com, New England's largest VW dealer group, conveniently located in Medford, Wellesley, and Westboro. For the 2025 Tiguan, ColonialVW.com.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Bet on gridiron action and earn perks on every game like hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, and more.
Days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org.
Bengals have it again, and you said it. 5 takeaways. If you're the Ravens, you're not going to win a lot of games doing that.
617-779-0985. Mark Dondero, George Balekji here, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Happy Thanksgiving. Black Friday sales are abound. George is going to do some shopping later today. I know that.
Home Depot, baby.
Yep.
Homeowner life.
So big slate. Real quick, George, one thing that I enjoyed yesterday, which I wish they would make the norm. I don't care that it's the holiday. I don't care that people are going to be watching. I want marquee matchups on Thanksgiving. I loved what I saw.
Packers, Lions.
Yes. That was a great one.
Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens with Joe Burrow back. Beautiful. Every game mattered.
Yes. And it was like, I don't want to see uneven matchups on Thanksgiving. I want Chiefs. Like, I want the Chiefs to play on Thanksgiving. I want next year the Rams to play on Thanksgiving, or what the Patriots can play on Thanksgiving if they want to put them on.
Don't just like force the Jets on it.
Yeah,
because you want New York or like the Giants.
Or a token division game where the team's probably not going to be that good.
Yeah.
For years, like the Lions and Bears.
Yes.
I don't the Bears are good this year. I don't really want to see that game all the time.
I would like to say that Dan Campbell has done everyone a huge favor because we'll always be forced to watch the Lions on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
Finally, the Lions are good.
Yeah.
Thank God Dak Prescott is putting together another MVP caliber season because that defense is atrocious. Hey, but they were good yesterday.
I'll say this just to wrap that. I would be absolutely okay with on Thanksgiving Day no division games. No divisional games. Bring in a team that barring some crazy injury situation, like the Ravens at Dallas. Like, I want something like that. I want a big name quarterback out of division going to play the Lions on Thanksgiving. Give me Chiefs at Lions.
That's what we got with. That's what we got with Chiefs Cowboys.
Yeah,
because it was divisional to like a sandwich division,
or it could be
matchup.
Rams at Lions, or
I'd love that.
Eagles at Lions, something like that.
Rams at Lions should be it next year for the sheer fact of I think Matt Stafford plays another season. I can't see him walking away.
Come back
even
to the old yes, that'd be awesome.
Where he's gotten his teeth kicked in even after throwing for 400 yards and 7 touchdowns and still lose.
All right, what was your biggest takeaway? A lot of takeaways, but your biggest one from Thanksgiving Day NFL football.
The AFC is really the Patriots to lose because as I'm gearing up and the Pats, the injuries, we'll get into it. The Will Campbell, Jared Wilson injuries are like massive.
Yep.
The implications we can see can be so detrimental to their success. But as I'm looking at the layout of the AFC, I just keep going. The Chiefs, just wait on it. The Chiefs, right? And I'm like, Baltimore, their defense is turning it around. And then yesterday happens. Where Dallas does not have a good defense, but it's gotten a little better, and the Chiefs could not win. They couldn't put together those magical drives. Baltimore with all the turnovers, but the fact that Cincinnati, the fact that Baltimore could not put up points on the Bengals, and both those teams are on the outside looking in. Daniel Jones is becoming a pumpkin for the Colts. He's been bad the last few games.
That's not a surprise.
I don't believe in Bo Nix, but that Broncos defense is good. I don't believe in the Steelers. I don't believe in the Chargers. I don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. I don't believe in Sean McDermott and the Bills. I believe in this Patriots team. I believe in Mike Vrabel. But we will have to see how much Will Campbell do they eventually get, if at all, because I don't know. But what I take away from yesterday with the Chiefs losing and the Ravens losing, the AFC is really wide freaking open.
Okay, so in a way, I was hoping you weren't going to say that, but I'm fine with you saying that because I agree. It's fascinating.
It is.
Because I have the standings right now.
Anybody can take it.
I have the standings up right now. And from where we sit right now, if you wanted to make the case that the Patriots should be the betting favorite to go to the Super Bowl, I think you would be in a damn advantageous position to do so. And I don't know who the favorite is at this moment. But the Patriots currently 10-2. They're atop the conference. Now, we all know that there's more to play. Denver is number 2. Bo Nix. I mean, obviously that defense is legit. Now, their weapons, they're all right. They don't have the Cowboys' weapons, but they're good. They're fine. Bo Nix. Do you believe enough in Bo Nix to say that he is going to be a legitimate, viable threat and that they are a legitimate, viable Super Bowl contender. Is he that good? No. So if you don't think that, you're talking about the Colts. Daniel Jones, out. Okay, you're talking about the Steelers, out on the. I'm not even having a conversation about the Steelers. Then the Chargers, then the Jaguars, out. Too injured. Too inconsistent.
When Omarion Hampton comes back for the Chargers, but their offensive line, they lost both their tackles.
They lost both tackles. Too injured, too inconsistent. Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, too inconsistent.
He's such a roller coaster.
Is Travis Hunter gone for the year?
He's still injured. I haven't seen the latest on him, but
so
even when
out.
he's playing, he's
way too inconsistent. Buffalo, not enough weapons, too inconsistent.
But they have Superman. I will consider him, and it's just because of Josh Allen. It is solely because of Josh Allen. He's turning the ball over a ton again, but it's solely because of Josh Allen.
The Texans. Okay, do you believe in the
I believe in that defense. I don't believe in C.J. Stroud or that offensive line.
You can't make a bet on C.J. Stroud right now, not over Drake May and what he's been doing. Kansas City, man, I'm sorry. They're just not it this year. They've lost too many games. They've been on the road. They've been bad. Mahomes has not looked like Mahomes. They are not a team. And now Baltimore, stunningly, that was the one team you thought I thought, okay, their defense has sort of figured it out.
Yes.
Lamar, and now they turned the ball over 5 times. Some of those were bad turnovers.
Yep.
They looked completely out of sorts at home.
Lamar Jackson does not look right. He hasn't looked right all season. And since he returned from injury, just does not look right.
I'm going to say this too, okay? And people probably don't want to hear it. They're not going to agree. I don't care. Give the Patriots a little more credit for what they did in Cincinnati 2 weeks or whatever it was last week, because that defense figured something out. Okay, I know they were the worst defense of all time. No. They figured something out, because that was an impressive performance last night against Lamar Jackson. I know they haven't been right, but to make create.
You held Derrick Henry to 60 yards.
Right. They figured something out. So that wasn't some just complete gag job the Patriots had offensively. They were going up against a unit that had figured some stuff out, and they really did well to persevere through that on the road and do what they did. I understand Joe Burrow didn't play in that game. That was a good performance by Drake May, especially after what we saw they did to Lamar Jackson, the Bengals.
This is also, too, just seeing Joe Burrow back. And, right away, you drop him in, the pitch and catch, the chemistry with him and Jamar Chase. Now, they're into the season, too. At Buffalo. They have to win out. But how realistic for Cincinnati?
Yeah.
The fact that 4-8, they're in the hunt, and realistically, because it looks like...
What's their path, though?
It looks like 8 wins, 9 wins will get into that 7th spot.
Okay.
At Buffalo. That'll be tough, but it's 1 p.m., but that'll be tough. But they can put up points to keep up.
They get
and
Higgins,
if this defense...
Is Higgins coming back?
What's that?
Is Higgins coming back?
T. Higgins, from that concussion, I haven't seen an update on him.
Okay.
Then versus Baltimore, okay, can they recreate, the energy they had last night? At Miami, they'll win. Versus Arizona, win. Versus Cleveland to end the season. I don't know who will be playing for that Browns team, but that defense is really good. It's a tough 5 games.
It's tough.
But the fact that, and this is what Joe Burrow does for the Bengals, it's Josh Allen to the Bills. As long as that starting quarterback is healthy and under center, they have a shot to win because they could put up 40 points.
I'd love to see it happen. It's funny that the Ravens, it's going to be as bad as it was last night. I feel like it's going to be hard to beat the Ravens twice in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or whatever it is.
Ravens twice in 3 weeks.
It's going to be hard. I don't like the schedule. I don't like that they did that on the schedule. Why would you do that? Why would you schedule 2 games within 3 weeks? Give the teams a chance to evolve, especially good teams in the division. You'd think they're going to be good with those quarterbacks.
No updates on T. Higgins.
Okay, he has a little bit of a break, right? He's got a little extra time here. Look, the Patriots, are they a juggernaut? No, they could lose any game they play. But if you're talking about what we've seen out of Drake May, what we've seen out of the receivers, what we've seen at times out of Travion Henderson, and even going back a ways, Ramondre Stevenson, he's going to have to prove that he's a little bit more up and running. And then obviously out of that defense, which is a professional unit, not the best team, not the best defense in the league, but a professional unit that figures things out in game, that makes adjustments well, and that has statistically been there with a lot of the better defenses in the league. You can make the argument that they should be the favorite to go to the Super Bowl right now. Based on what now, if Kansas City and Baltimore were surging and had dominant wins yesterday, then you'd say, well, it's going to be hard because these teams down here are surging. They all have the pedigree we know about. And then you got to deal with all the other teams. But that's not what happened. They both took hits, and the Patriots are sitting there in the number one spot. So based on all the warts every other team, and they're significant, I could say that the Patriots, I fear of all those teams, I swear I think I'd rather not see the Denver Broncos.
I wouldn't want to see that defensive unit.
Broncos, like the Bo Nix is I don't like that he's such a gunslinger. I think he could be somebody that punishes you.
He's inconsistent, but he can throw it downfield, which has been an improvement from him.
He's been good late in games.
He's been good late in games. It's Sean Payton. Him and Sean Payton are the perfect marriage. Bo Nix would not be doing what he was doing if he did not have Sean Payton as his head coach or running the offense for him. But that defense is elite. They've gotten better on the back end, and Bo Nix is good enough. That defense keeps you in the games, and Bo Nix can execute late in the game that they need.
I guess what I'm trying to say
I can't count out the Broncos. I can't count out the Colts because of their run game either.
I can count out the Colts.
It's Daniel Jones. Because if you force him to beat you, yeah.
I'm counting them out.
Yes.
If you don't want to count out Buffalo, fine.
I won't.
Because of Allen, because they're a divisional opponent. I hate if I'm a favorite or if I'm a higher seed. I hate playing a divisional opponent in a playoff situation.
Yep.
So I would never want to see the Bills in the playoffs. They just know you too well, especially if you're the better team, better record, higher seed. But I guess what I'm trying to say is as of right now,
the teams that are in the picture, in the playoffs.
The team that you could really sit down and convince me has the best chance or good chance of beating the Patriots is the Denver Broncos. And that for right now is the only team I'm really open to. Maybe Buffalo. Maybe I'll listen to your opening few remarks about the Bills if you want to convince me that's a big challenge. But Denver is the only team that I would sit and really listen as to why you think they could beat the Patriots. Everyone else, I feel like you're really reaching if you want to try to convince me, based on what they've done this year, that they're better than the Patriots. I think you're really, really reaching.
Everyone's flawed in the AFC playoff picture.
Yeah.
Every single one. It's basically what I'm looking for is who is the least flawed team. To me, it's the Bills because of Josh Allen that are in the playoffs, and it's the Denver Broncos because they can have good quarterback play and elite defense. But that's it. Like, Josh Allen's great. He's an eraser for the shortcomings of his head coach, for how bad that defense is, for the lack of just skill and talent at the receiving game. But Josh Allen and James Cook are two really, really good and dynamic offensive pieces. And Josh Allen, being what he does, can throw the ball farther than anybody, is the biggest dude on the field, the most dynamic, better rusher than Drake May. Like, he's a better Drake May. That's fine. No one's saying anything that's wrong with that for Drake May. But the Patriots team, with their defense, when they can run the ball, with their head coach, that's where I give them the advantage. So while the Bills are the biggest threat to me, I'm fine with facing them, and it's the same reason why I had them before the season picking them to split the Bills, because I go, Mike Vrabel is a better head coach than Sean McDermott. Sean McDermott's not a good head coach. He loses them games. Mike Vrabel does not lose you games. I'd be fine with them facing it, but they're still the biggest threat in a flawed AFC. I can't genuinely look at this playoff picture and go, no, Mark, I'm not worried about anyone. I would be worried about the Broncos and the Bills, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm not saying not to worry about any. I'm not that you worry about
who's
all
a legitimate threat.
Like,
yeah,
who could you argue should be favored over the Patriots? That's what I'm saying. You have to worry about everyone.
I would go. It would be Broncos and Bills, and it depends where that game is.
Sure.
And it very well could depend, because now to get into it, when you're about to play a stretch for the Patriots, the Giants, look, they're a dumpster fire, but that defensive line's really good, and you're missing two starters on the left side of your offensive line.
Yeah.
Then it's a bye. Buffalo with a good D-line. Baltimore with a good defense. They'll have something to play for. These next three games, they were always crucial for the Patriots, with it being Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson late in the season. But it's amplified now with no Will Campbell, and we'll see when Jared Wilson's back from the high ankle sprain.
Yeah, and you've kept winning. You've been winning. It's hard to continue to just keep winning.
And that shifts because they're the one seed, home field. Okay, now you'll have to be on the road. At Denver, high altitude, tough place to play. At Buffalo, as they'll be closing out that stadium final playoff run too. Like, those will be tough places to play if the Patriots are not the one seed and maintain this position to AFC.
617-779-0985. More on this, more on the games yesterday. A few different takeaways from yesterday that I thought were significant and interesting. And we'll get to that. Mark Dondero, George Balekji here, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Essential.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Mark, George, 617-779-0985. Couple other thoughts from yesterday, George, I thought were significant. I guess my big takeaway, the Chiefs. I was shocked they lost that game.
Me too.
I just feel like that's not a game that they would lose. Dallas, it's amazing how we can fall into these, like, I don't want to call them traps, but Dallas, you know, they look great. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Ferguson, they got the Dak's playing at an MVP level. They're 5-1. Like, it's like they're not that good, you know? But they did look great yesterday, and I got to give a lot of credit. Look, Jerry Jones, the Micah Parsons trade is what it is. Jadeveon Clowney had some big sacks yesterday. George Pickens was an awesome pick. The reason Dak is an MVP candidate is because of George Pickens. When you paired him with Lamb, that is an awesome 1-2 combination at receiver, and he's been awesome. And what Dak did yesterday, I'm not a Dak guy. I like him personally. I'm not a Dak. I don't think he's an elite quarterback that can take you to the promised land.
I think he can.
I don't think he can.
He needs a lot to go right around him, though.
He does, and that's, I think, part of the problem.
He's a because of.
Yeah.
Not in spite of.
But he was awesome yesterday, man. He was awesome, and I got to give them credit, and I couldn't believe that the Chiefs finding ways to lose this year. Like, that is not... Even when a lot of the Patriots' problems... back when they weren't playing well, when they weren't the team, that was defensively. Their defense fell off so bad. 2009, 2010.
07, the defense wasn't good.
07, it really waned as the year went on.
Yeah.
Now, that wasn't the problem in that Super Bowl, but it was more defense that kind of let them down, and Brady you have to do too much, and he couldn't always get it done. And then you have one game where Brady doesn't play well, and that's the one, it doesn't. But I just feel like that's not the problem in Kansas City. Mahomes hasn't been as good. Shame also on the staff in Kansas City, the front office. They have. I can't believe they have not been more aggressive trying to get Mahomes help. Xavier Worthy, and as good as Rice is, not good enough. And an aging Travis Kelce, and they go Juju Smith-Schuster and Tyquan Thornton, these trash players from the Patriots.
It's just like
not
ego.
enough.
It's the ego of that front office. But that's exactly it. And it's also them. This is where you give the credit to Bill Belichick when he was the elite GM. What the Chiefs did last offseason, giving Chris Jones that massive contract, giving Travis Kelce that massive contract, where we know they're past their prime, but they get caught up in the three-peat
the aura
with this core.
Yeah.
It's not just Mahomes. It's Travis and Chris. And that's biting them in the ass now.
I don't have a problem with Chris Jones.
He has not been as good this year,
Not
though.
as good, but he was so good.
But for what you're paying him, but what did Bill Belichick always do right? They can still play. They can still be a good player on a winning team, but they're not worth a dollar amount. And you're better off spreading that money elsewhere to give them depth. Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, they don't bring that same game to them. And they can't go out and get those receivers because they're paying those guys money. And you're 1,000% right. Hollywood Brown, he's always been okay.
Yeah.
He's been fine.
Brown.
But it's like, and Rashee Rice, good slant, good tunnel screen receiver, catch and go. That's fine pieces. But they're getting too caught up in what Mahomes does, and their ego getting in the way. It's like, well, you know what? We can just be the smartest guy in the room, right? We can be the smartest guys in the room, make these pieces count, and then Mahomes puts us over the top. No, don't overthink it. Go out and get pure talent, because that's what the Cowboys did with George Pickens.
Yeah.
When they swung that trade. And guess what? He will get that fifth-year option picked up, or he'll get franchise tagged, excuse me. This is what we're going to see. He'll get franchise tagged, he'll get good money, and then Jerry Jones is going to take it to the 11th hour. They're going to overpay for Pickens. It's going to be the same show and dance. But look at that receiving room. CeeDee Lamb went off. George Pickens went off. And Dak looks like an MVP quarterback again. Mahomes threw for 4 touchdowns yesterday on that Cowboys defense who's atrocious, and they couldn't win. That guy can only do so much. They're about to bottom out, which in the long run will be the best thing possible for Patrick Mahomes and Chiefs fans. Bottom out now, hit rock bottom, which is 8 wins, maybe miss the playoffs, and then heads are going to roll in that front office, and they're all going to get humbled, the guys that make the personnel decision.
Sure, and that could help them. They've historically been good drafting players.
I was baffled by that loss yesterday.
Excuse.
You're right, because that defense is supposed to be really good. Steve Spagnuolo, that defense is supposed to be elite. What are you guys doing?
They've got players, guys, stars. They're not all stars, but I mean, Chris Jones, Bolton's a great player. McDuffie's a great player. Historically, Karlaftis has been very productive for them. They've got some other guys that have been making contributions. They're at least good, if not very good. And it's just to see if they don't make the playoffs, that's inexcusable. You can't do that with Patrick Mahomes. I don't care whose receivers are. And you were talking about you're going to have a victory lap to take a little later, George.
Yeah.
Whenever you want, you can take it. I'm going to take a small one right now.
Let me hear.
Because I said last year that I thought the Patriots had better weapons than the Chiefs. Now, this was without Diggs. I feel like based on some of the production, Henry.
You're saying coming into this season, the Patriots have better weapons.
I said last year. Wow. That they had better weapons. Maybe I was wrong, but I wasn't. If I was wrong, I wasn't that wrong. It wasn't that ridiculous because when you talk about what they had in Kansas City, it just wasn't that good. Okay? The Patriots had guys between Douglas and Henry and Stevenson, and was it a top of the league? No. But their guys, I'm forgetting someone, but they're
on the Chiefs
on
or
the Patriots. But their guys were okay. And I think the Chiefs guys are just okay. And if you come down a little, Mahomes, that's tough because you don't have a go-to guy. Rice is good. You don't have a go-to guy. And
Pacheco dealing with the leg injuries, broken leg 2 years in a row.
Pacheco. He's okay.
2 years ago, he was fantastic. He runs behind his pads, but after the wear and tear that his body takes, he just can't sustain the way he plays.
Dallas, again, we're
Javonte Williams' resurgence behind that offensive line, where we've seen 2 years in a row they put a first-round pick into it, left tackle and then guard this year for the Cowboys. It's adding George Pickens. Because it's also not just let's add an elite receiver. He is such a good down-the-field receiver, George Pickens is. This is the best quarterback he's ever played with.
Well, then why are they 6-5-1?
That defense.
Okay, well,
the defense is terrible on the back end. They have injuries. Trevon Diggs isn't good. They traded away Micah Parsons. Yes, they got Quentin Williams, but that defense is still bad. And this is still a team where, Dak is, again, putting up those MVP numbers. It's just if you can't get stops. But let's see what happens. The biggest thing with all this, as we run through the AFC and say how wide open it is, the most damning part is this is the most winnable the conference has ever been for the Chiefs, and they may miss the playoffs. And it's because of their front office drinking too much Kool-Aid from number 15.
The Dak Prescott MVP thing.
He's always in the combo. Stafford's going to win it this year. Stafford gets it.
He was 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 24-39 in a loss to Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals at home. That was a killer loss.
Right.
It's a killer loss.
Yes.
If you're an MVP candidate.
One bad game shouldn't eliminate you from being in the combo.
Look
at the whole body of work.
6-5-1.
No, it's fair.
It's not good enough for an MVP.
Fair. But I'm saying when I use that Pickens comparison, what it does for Dak, it's how, to your point, don't overthink it. Swing that trade and get Patrick Mahomes, George Pickens.
Right.
You have Rashee Rice, who's racing exotic cars down the highway, and you're fine with him being in the locker room. Right. Guess what? George Pickens, by the way, he put out I think something that subliminally has been so consistently good as a Players Tribune. Since it debuted a long time ago.
I know, but is it as relevant now? Everybody has their own platform now.
It is, but the Players Tribune, I think no one puts a player's perspective in their voice better than the Players Tribune because they have podcasts, they have all this stuff, and you know what? They eventually talk too much. You sound, come on, stop. Pickens put out a Players Tribune recently where he basically admitted, he's like, I'm a nut job on the football field, but he goes, I'm quiet off of it. You understand him more. The point I'm making with that is if you read that article, you figure out who he is, where the Chiefs, you don't want to bring him in because he would have been a difference maker, to your point. But you want Tyquan Thornton?
No.
Stop. You want Juju Smith-Schuster, who's one of the more genuinely disliked guys around the league because he's a loser. That's a guy that players don't want to play for in the locker room. Pickens guys want to play for.
I just feel like
go out and get that elite help.
I agree. Whoever you have, though, not good enough. You need to make the playoffs. If you have Reed, Mahomes, Chris Jones, and that core you got to make the playoffs. You cannot not make the playoffs based on your pedigree and everything. You get Rice back. You get all your guys back.
If you have number 15, you should do everything it takes to make the playoffs every single year. Because if you get in because of Mahomes and if you have a good offensive line, you can win it.
I couldn't believe that they didn't win it yesterday. I thought they would have based on the urgency associated with that game. 617-779-0985. All right, more on this. Who is the Patriots' biggest obstacle in the AFC? Let us know. What's the Patriots' potential downfall? That's another thing that I'd like to get into because I'm not sure we have a definitive answer for that one. Mark Dondero, George Balekji here. We're going to get headlines from George, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. sports, yeah, we got that covered. 98.5 this.
Mark,
No.
I drove past Burlington Mall on my way here.
Yeah.
Parking lot packed, and that was 7:30 in the morning.
Well, I think some people enjoy it for the. It helps kick them into the Christmas spirit, maybe.
No, I'm not hating.
For
It's
people.
just, I'm good. I'm just like, I'm
You
good
know
with
what?
that rush.
This is actually strange. I felt this uncomfortable urgency this year to get a lot of my shopping done before Thanksgiving for some reason.
Genius.
You know what I think happened? So last year, my son wanted a Justin Jefferson jersey. So I ordered it, and of course I had to order it from some like off the beaten path website in China or something. It was a great jersey. But it was like a disaster. It took 6 weeks to get here, and it almost didn't. And I was like terrified that could happen again. So I did everything early. And as a result, I've gotten most of the shopping done at this point. And all the jerseys I ordered this time were from domestic outlets, so I didn't have to worry about that. But that one was a disaster. And then when they got delivered, it got thrown into like the snow, or we had snow, so it got thrown off the porch, covered by snow. I had to cancel the order. I thought it didn't come.
Yeah.
We found it later. So then I had to go back on and tell the credit card company that actually it did come, so reactivate that charge. And eventually we were able to get it to, and that was that. But it was a disaster.
It's the best thing you can do, because the worst shopping is that one of like week before you're like, got to get this, get that.
Well, you just don't know if they're going to arrive. Like, I don't do any in-person shopping, you know? Everything's online.
I do it I do it the right spots. Like in Watertown, there's like the Nike outlet there.
Yeah.
There's the New Balance outlet right down the road too. Like those are clutch to hit. Otherwise, just go online.
You're married?
Yes.
Where are you at on gifts for your spouse? You have no kids, right?
No kids.
Okay, but because my wife and I are basically, she never wants anything, which is always hard, because it's like, what are you're not gonna open anything on Christmas morning?
Yeah.
So I never know if she's just saying that, or if she genuinely doesn't want anything. She did make a good point the other day. She wants to go on like a trip.
Best thing. That's what we do. Experiences.
Okay, because she was like, or I don't know if she saw somebody say this, or some podcast. I don't know, but it was like, do you remember what you got for Christmas 2 years ago?
No,
probably not. But do you remember the big trip you went on 2 years ago?
I remember the big trip I went on 4 years ago.
Right. So you remember those things.
I like that.
Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
I don't. Especially maybe when you're a kid, you remember like that was the Christmas. Like I remember the year I got the original like Mariners Ken Griffey Jr. jersey, like the real one. It was had the Mariners patch on the side. It was like the real jersey. That was a memorable gift, but I was 11.
Yeah.
I don't remember as an adult, unless you get
I've
me.
never heard that before, and I like it.
If you got me, hey Mark, here's a round of golf at Augusta National for, like, I would remember that one.
Yes.
But other than that, that doesn't usually happen at Christmas. So like, you're probably not going to remember the different gifts. But if you go on a trip, you remember that. So.
We do the experiences, like even like birthdays, all that now. It's same thing of like, don't get me anything. Or what I'll do is like, her birthday's coming around. She'll go to get something, like, let me get it for you. That's a birthday present. I know you want it. Yeah. Let me get it. But then it's also like, let's not go crazy, because we'd rather do a trip somewhere, make the memories. For us with the house, it was a simple combo. I'm like, don't get me anything. I'm not getting you anything, because let's save the money, because I want to grill in the summer. And she loves it when I grill. Like, it's easy, that benefits us both. That's the route we go. But what I do, because I do agree, it's nice to open something on Christmas morning.
For her. Like, I don't want to have her not open anything.
Yeah, my wife, what she likes is just the sets, comfy sets. I'll get some from Aloe or Lululemon or even like New Balance. Nike. You can find that's where I go. Okay. Something comfortable, something to use, maybe a new pair of shoes because she works on her feet a lot. That's it. Okay. But then the big spend, it's more of save. You point to it. All right, let me get it.
I couldn't be easier. It's just so easy for me. Golf balls, or hey,
golf oriented.
You want to go away for a night? And,
golf adjacent. Yeah.
Have some time. Like grown up time.
Yeah.
That's a good gift for me.
Silence. You have kids. You want silence.
Some grown up time.
Yeah.
Yeah. All ways about it. I just feel like that's simple, and I don't want to not give her. I don't want her sitting there on Christmas morning. So I try to get a little bit, but I understand why she says that. And to be honest with you, usually when I do get this big idea of this gift I'm going to give her, it never like lands the way I think. You're like, a couple years ago, I got her a bike. She got into biking a little bit, and there's this bike we rented when we were on. We took the kids for a day trip to Martha's Vineyard. She got this bike she rented. She loved it. I found like the exact bike. I got it. She likes it, but it wasn't like this magical moment that I had built up in my mind. So I just like whatever. Just listen to what she says. Get what she wants. And move on.
My big thing too, though, I think as you get older, is it's just the Secret Santa.
Secret Santa
is the best thing to do with family, though.
Okay.
Because we used to do, like, I would get gifts for my 2 sisters, my 1 brother-in-law, my parents. Now, all of a sudden, I have in-laws, so it's in-laws. It's the 2 siblings of my wife. It's the brother-in-law who I'm really close with. It's the nieces. I have a nephew now. And we just had to, like, hey, guys, no more of this. Pick it out of a hat, 1 gift, set the budget as something reasonable. Because that's it. Like, life's expensive. And it's like, if I'm going to spend that money, I'd rather, and I don't want people getting me gifts. I want to get myself something, to your point, that I know I want and I will use.
That's right.
Don't get me that bike.
No.
In this example, I'd love a bike. If you want to get me a bike, Mark, get me one. Because I live right by Lake Quantico. I'll
we
ride
can go
it.
bike behind the station.
I'm down.
Yeah.
You and me, you'll teach me. I still need training wheels. So
Okay, that's rough. But I could put in the time, I guess. Do you really not know how to ride a bike?
No, I'm joking.
Okay,
Yes, I know how to ride a bike.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I just feel like that's something you'd want to be able to do.
You know how to ride a bike?
Yes, of course.
Hey, if someone doesn't know how to ride, I'm
That's
not going
fine.
to judge.
Like I look, some people don't have access to a bike.
Yeah.
But I feel like as you get older, it's not hard to learn how to do it. I feel like if you have.
It's like anything else. It's just like the fear is what you have to get over.
Sure.
Of like, I'm going to fall on my face. Yeah, you're going to fall a few times, but then you'll get up. Rocky.
It's a little tougher to get up in your 30s than it is when you're like 6.
Fair.
Just
True.
bounce right back up, and no, you're going to wake up feeling that.
I feel like it might be like a humiliation component to it too. If you're older and you're trying to learn how to ride, I mean that'd be kind of funny content if you teaching adults to ride a bike. Like, come on, you got this. Somebody's holding like the back of the, I don't know, whatever. I just So it's. But no, I don't historically go out on Black Friday to go to shop.
My thing isn't more of like, if you want to do it, you like it, good on you. The big crowds, anything like that, I'm good. If I'm dealing with the big crowd, it's a concert, it's a sports game, something like that. But like Black Friday, I'm good. It's the same feeling I get when someone like there's a big Celtics game or Patriots game. It's like, hey, you want to go to Tavern on the Square in Woburn? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be overly packed. It's going to suck. I want to watch it on my couch. You can do all the shopping online now.
All of it online.
Much easier.
Speaking of which, I was saying this the other day. I did order randomly. I saw this Pedro Martinez baseball card. I don't know why I ordered it. I actually recently ordered
Is it worth anything?
No, it was like $8, but I just thought it was cool. And it said it was delivered. It never got delivered. So that one hurt. And it's just like, all right, what if that was a $500 card and it just didn't get delivered?
Where'd you get it from? eBay?
eBay. And they give you these tracking numbers that aren't recognized by the USPS, which I don't understand. I got to ask about that because why is it getting sent by via the U.S. Postal Service if you're not giving me a tracking number that they're able to track? It doesn't make any sense. So it's like, why would I spend a lot of money? It was like an $8 thing. I was just buying it for fun. Another purchase I recently made is an auto, Vitaly Potapenko.
Oh,
you remember that name?
What?
You don't remember that name?
What did you just say?
Vitaly Potapenko.
He's a basketball player, right?
Yes. Around 2000 was like some backup role-playing center for the Celtics. And I bought his auto for $5. I thought it would be funny, and I sent it to my former co-host, Ben Kitchen.
I didn't send
it to Ben. I think I wanted to say. Ben, he used to collect Celtics auto, so I was going to send it to him. I don't think I actually did. I was going to. I showed him a picture of it, though. He appreciated it.
What a career.
Yeah.
Cavs, Celtics,
Yes.
Sonics, Kings.
Yes, he was a little bit of a journeyman.
Oh, you know where he's coaching now?
No.
Detroit Pistons.
Wow. So
Yeah,
he's in
assistant
town.
coach there.
Shout out Vitaly.
Fort Wayne Pacers, Dakota Wizards. Wow, this guy is like grinding.
Yeah.
To become an NBA coach. Love the game.
All right, we'll get into the Celtics, too, because I have some
Two-time
comments.
Ukrainian champion, 93 and 94.
Let's go to Danny in Rhode Island. Hey, Dan. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey, I missed the good old days of you and Ben, but we'll move on from that.
I didn't even know you were on the line when I brought him up. That's funny.
Yeah, timing's everything, my friend. Hope you had a nice holiday.
Me too.
So, a couple things real quick. So they started 0-3. For them to get in the playoffs means they probably would have to go 11-3, and that's the Texans. And if that ends up being the case, and Chris Stroud comes back resembling anything that he was a couple years ago, I think they are not by far. I think they are decidedly better than the Patriots, no matter where they play them. That's a better roster, up and down. And I don't think you can make an argument about it. And the quarterback, maybe, but you're talking about you wanted to move into like what could be the Patriots' Waterloo, right? I don't think they can run the ball consistently.
They can't.
And I always thought their biggest problem, why I thought they weren't going to win a lot of games, was lack of depth.
Okay.
And the MVP of this team outside of May has been health up until now, in my opinion. And we're going to see how it's going to work with Vidarian Lowe. And it's not a coincidence that Chase Brown ran over 100 yards once Milton Williams was gone. You know what I mean? These aren't coincidences. This is the cause and effect. And, you know, they've been skating by, and now they're starting to lose guys. And I just don't feel confident that they're going to be able to plug in and play it. They've played their best football. They're not playing their best football going right now. And some of these other teams are getting healthy and beginning to play their best football. Certainly not Kansas City. And I agree with you that a lot of these teams are down, and it's very winnable. But to rule out a team like the Texans, if they get in, they are playing their best football. 11-3 is playing your best football going into the best time of year, and they are built to win. That's all I can say. Have a good day, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Danny. Good to hear from you.
That was a great call.
Couple things. Oh, he's great. Couple things. Number one, I'm not saying Dan's wrong. However, asking Stroud
to be who he was 2 years ago
when I haven't seen it is a huge, huge ask, and I do not think that the chances of that, I would not feel comfortable being like, oh, he just needs to get back to the level that he was on a couple of years ago. I think it's a lot harder to do than just say it and poof, there we are. So that's number one. Number two, for the Patriots, I get what he's saying, and I agree. Are they playing their best football? No. Are other teams playing their best football at a better time than the Patriots? Yes. However, when you are the Patriots and you're the team that's been where they've been the last few years, I'm sorry, we can't complain about when they played their best football. Like they played their best football in October or September and October. Fine. And that's when Drake May was at his best. Okay. And now they're sort of not playing their best. They're still winning games.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll deal with that because it was so bad. I can't be fussy when their best football is being played. They've played so well. They're currently the number one seed, and we're past Thanksgiving. I'll take it. It'd be ideal if you could peak at the right time, but we're not able to be that particular right now. They played their best football early. Okay, well, now they're going to have to figure it out and get back to where they were or find a way back to where they were if they want to do anything in the playoffs. But I'll take that equation at this point.
I agree with you on asking for C.J. Stroud. That defense makes him legit. Woody Marks, the rookie running back they've had too that stepped into that role, has been fantastic. With this Patriots team, it's always been health is the biggest determination of what they'll do in the postseason. Because as it is right now, Vidarian Lowe, Ben Brown, that's the left side of your offensive line. Next to Garrett Bradbury. That's not good. As much as, and look, Will Campbell has caused me to eat crow left and right every single game because he's been phenomenal. Because I did not like him.
He's been very good.
He's been very
phenomenal.
good.
I mean, he's been very good.
For him to be substandard of what you want for length at the left tackle spot. Like, just simply put, he is a gem. He's an anomaly that he's able to succeed on that left side because you don't see it often, his lack of wingspan. Vidarian Lowe is the opposite of Will Campbell. He has outrageously long arms, but they're so long that once his hands get hit down, and the defensive lineman gets his hands on him, he doesn't know how to regain inside leverage and contact it. He just doesn't know how to use that length.
Yeah.
What we're about to watch against Brian Burns and the Giants, against Baltimore, against these defensive lines coming up, against Vidarian Lowe and Ben Brown, I'm concerned for Drake May. This was what it always was. It was when they traded away Jabril Peppers. It was when they traded away Kyle Duggar. Where I'm going, what are you doing giving away good football players? You're not good enough. Or their lack of acquiring actual talent on the offensive line. You struck out on Ronnie Stanley because he never hit free agency. Fine. You need to gain depth. Or when you see Elliott Wolf in his past drafts bite them in the ass with all those offensive linemen cut that are no longer on the roster. Now they're resorting to Ben Brown, who's a journeyman practice squad guy, has to be your left guard because the guy that was running your front office before Mike Vrabel and Ryan Cowden cannot draft. And now you're paying that tax. You're paying that price. We're about to see it. I've said it. The reason the Patriots will make the playoffs would be because of their offensive line. The reason they would miss it is because of their defense. This one's going to be the reason they could miss it or not be what we think they can be in the postseason is because of their lack of depth. Their starters are good or great, like at cornerback, at offensive line, at quarterback, fantastic. At linebacker, at safety's all right. At receiver, they're good. But if like Stephon Diggs goes down, the whole dynamic of this offense changes. They were lucky to get by without Kayshon Boutte. Him back in the fold brings out the deep ball back. This is a team that has health, was on their side at the offensive line, man. We'll see. And they can't run the ball. They cannot run the ball.
I think they desperately need, I've been saying this for weeks, if not months, they desperately need to activate some type of screen game. They haven't had it all year, which has stunned me. They need to get some screens that they find that they could be productive with. I know Henderson is capable of doing that. You've got to be better and find a way to get that done. That would help their running game. I think that would help with a lot of different things. Protecting Drake May a little bit. It's not a hard pass to complete if you can execute it properly. You got to find a way to get that going a little bit. Doesn't have to be something that carries you. I just don't. I think it's funny. The Texans, okay, big win. Ooh, they're peaking at the right time. Everybody is concerned about the Giants. Everybody. They're 2-10. Mm-hmm. How many games in a row have they lost? Was it 6? I mean, I get it. When you talk about the defensive line, yeah, they got a lot of dudes and but for some reason they're 2-10. That's bad. They suck. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna give them some respect. But I'm sorry, this is a game the Patriots should win. They're at home, Monday Night Football, 2-10. You should win this game. Win the game. That's how I see this one.
They should, and you're right. Like your record, what Bill Parcells say, you are what your record says you are, right?
2-10. They've lost.
You're either a
6
winning
in a
team
row.
or a losing team.
Yes.
They just fired Shane Bowen, their defensive coordinator, who should have been fired before this season. Like they're cleaning house. But we'll now see how this defense is utilized. They're a team that continues to choke late in games. But it is as simple as when they have guys up front that are absolute game wreckers, the Giants do. Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns. And Abdul Carter as a rookie who's been okay. Not fantastic, but been okay. When your left side of your offensive line are two guys that honestly, in my opinion, should not even be backups. They should be practice squad players at most. Going against this defensive line, like that's what magnifies your shortcomings and your deficiencies. Drake May, the same way I talk about Josh Allen, Drake May has been an eraser of the fact that they can't run the ball, of the fact that they have no screen game. His deep ball is as good as anybody's in the NFL, and he has overcome the shortcomings of their roster and the lack of them being able to run the ball because that protects your quarterback. He's been fantastic. But when he doesn't have his left tackle and Jared Wilson, who's been good at left guard as well, those two guys, and they haven't been running the ball well, and the guys backing them up, it's just when you go against this defensive line, it's a line of scrimmage, win or loss. The Chiefs get to the Super Bowl last year. And then where did they get dominated? At the line of scrimmage by the Eagles. They weren't even in that game. It's just, that's where, and I agree, right? They stink. The Giants suck. They are terrible. Jameis Winston, he could easily go out there, throw 4 interceptions, and guess what? It doesn't matter what the Giants defensive line does, but also don't overthink it where football is won, and it's won in the trenches and at the line of scrimmage. And the Patriots, I don't like the left side of their offensive line.
100%. That's a huge concern going into this game. It's
one of those. It's a simple matchup.
And here's something just from a Giants perspective. All right? Listen to this. Their schedule, okay? This is the Giants, the entire schedule. It's really unbelievable. Okay, week 1 at Washington, that was a healthy Jaden Daniels, I believe, right? He played in that game. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you got the Commanders coming off that big year last year. Jaden Daniels playing. Week 2, so they lost that game. Week 2 at Dallas, they lose to Dak Prescott in overtime. Dak doesn't lose home divisional games for some reason. So they lose that game. They're 0-2. Week 3, Kansas City, lose that game. Kansas City, I think, was 0-2. They lost that game. Tough game. Then they beat the Chargers. Good team. Chargers are a good team. I think they still had Joe
relevantly
Alt.
healthy. Yeah.
They still had Joe Alt at that point.
Yep.
So they beat them.
And O'Marion Hampton.
Week 4 or 5, they lose at New Orleans. Bad loss. But they were leading in that game. They had control. It was, I think, Jackson Dart's like first or second start. Bad loss. They lost that game. Fine. Then they beat Philadelphia at home. Okay? That was their second win. So at that point, they were 2-4. Since then, listen to who they've played. At Denver, should have won that game.
That's what they were up.
At Philadelphia, lost. They've lost all these games. At Philadelphia versus the 49ers. They're 8-4, whatever. At the Bears, 8-3.
The third best team in the NFC.
Team. They lost that game. Against the Packers at home, lost that game, a good team. And then at Detroit, they lost in overtime.
Who made this schedule for them?
Great schedule.
He hates John Mara.
Man. And now they got at New England. So it finally lessens. I mean, then they get the bad Commanders, the bad Vikings at home, and at the Raiders. Too little, too late.
This schedule shows
to this point is brutal.
This schedule shows two things. A, they played a playoff team 7 games in a row. Everyone but Denver is an NFC team. And it also shows how tough the NFC is. Even with the Niners in there, and there was no Brock Purdy at that point. But it's Chicago, Green Bay, Detroit. Yeah. Any of those teams can win the NFC outside of the Rams. And that shows how tough that division is. Then you throw in Philly.
San Francisco's not bad.
Right? And that was when San Fran was, again, fairly healthy. They've had injuries everywhere at this point. That schedule's a gauntlet. And now they'll get the Patriots in New England Monday night. That's another tough matchup for them.
Yeah. So
the secondary is not good for the Giants.
Maybe they're not as bad as the 2-10 would indicate. That's what I'm saying, based on who they've played.
For you to point out the lack of screen game, this could very well be the week we see it, though, because the secondary for the Giants is bad. They're not a good tackling team, and that pass rush is good. What is going to help out Drake May when he has his left tackle and his left guard out? Get the ball out quick.
Yeah.
It'll be screen games when you can't run the ball, and it'll be simple 3-step drops and go, and then set it up for deep down the field attacks. But honestly, this is going to be a short to intermediate passing game attack for the Patriots. And this is another one to not overthink it. Where do the Giants stink? The back end of their defense. Where's your strength as a Patriots? Obviously throwing the ball. Try and run it. You have to find some success there. But you're going to have to win again on the back of Drake May. And this is another defense you can do so against. This Giants team is not good. The D-line concerns me, Mark. And it's because of Will Campbell and Jared Wilson being out. But here's a simple recipe for success. Throw it on them, but get the ball out quick and help out your quarterback.
617-779-0985. Mark George 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub. In this town, sports happens 24/7. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is what one of my first professors said. If you don't want to make $40,000 in your first job, get out. If you don't want to be told you need a nose job, get out. If you don't want to be divorced, get out. If you don't want to work holidays, get out. And I don't say it like that, but I say you got to love what you do, because I miss all holidays. I didn't get married till I was in my 40s. Not that that is going to be your route, but I live out of a suitcase. I miss a lot of stuff. I missed a lot of weddings. I miss a lot of events. You have to love it to get you through the fact I'm not going to be home for Thanksgiving next week. You know, our Christmas is cut short.
That was Aaron Andrews of Fox talking about what life is like as a high-profile reporter covering games. Your thoughts, George?
Headline taken way out of context. Because I read that and I was like, all right, come on. Like, Aaron Andrews, icon, probably, I would say, one of the most recognizable games in all of like sports broadcasting. Most recognizable names, excuse me. And I read the headline. I'm like, yeah, it's part of the game. Like, that's part of the industry, which you and I both know. And then I watch it and I'm like, oh, like she was just genuinely just like in the convo, how we would talk about it. Like, anytime anyone seeks advice, I always go, it's a lifestyle. It's not a career. It's a lifestyle. Like, you're going to have to move away from home. I think one of the more underrated aspects. She's right. You're going to make no money out of college, and probably the second job, and probably the third, and maybe the fourth. Like, you're going to live paycheck to paycheck. Like, and so I read the headline, and then the classic is the quote tweets, people either ripping her or people backing her up in a way of like, yeah, it's not going to be 9 to 5. You're going to miss nights out at the bar with your friends. You're going to miss the holidays, all this. Get ready. And it's like, okay, thank you for your service. Like, let's not double down on the headline and act like you're a nurse, you know, working the ER or NICU, or you're, you know, just anyone working like hospitality, hospitals, restaurants, has to put up with people that want to go out on. Just let's all relax. And she wasn't making dramatic. She was like, hey, here's the matter of the fact. This is what you're going to be dealing with. And also given the perspective of being a female in a broadcasting industry, especially on TV, where she like makes the nose job comment, where my coworkers I've worked with, like the comments they would get, the messages of, I'm just like, you got to ignore it. They're like, hey, it's tough. I'm like, yeah, I get it. As a guy, I don't. Just a classic awful announcing headline. One person quotes tweets it, and it's a S-storm all taken out of context. You actually hear the bite. Sounds a lot better than it reads. And I'm like, oh, she was just, you know, just talking.
I didn't think she was playing the victim.
She wasn't
acting like a victim. I think she just is saying this is what the business is. And credit to her that she's been able to, yes, she has to make all these sacrifices, but she also gets paid millions of dollars. I know plenty of people in this business that make very similar sacrifices that barely either aren't full-time or make very little or not nearly what she's or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, my first job, I made $16,000. That's less than 40.
What pisses me off more is that there's always that one time a year on Twitter where one person tweets out how much they made their first market. And then you get the old heads that were there like 20 years before. It's like, I made $11,000 in my first job. It's all about working hard. It's like, shut up.
I didn't think she was being a victim there.
She wasn't. I remember my first job was in Joplin. I was making Missouri.
Wow.
I was making $23,000 a year. And I remember I went to go to Panda Express for lunch, and they had literally on the window, the job posting, managerial role, hourly rate higher than what I was making. Mm-hmm. And then it's like the standard you're held up to, rightfully so, to be on TV, to be a reporter, a journalist, the hours. Here comes the sacrifice. And it's like, what the F am I doing? Let me go work at Panda Express. But then also, if I'm living back home in Jersey, I wouldn't be doing, it's just that the issue with the industry is the lack of pay. The sacrifice, all that, you know what? It's like, yeah, you signed up for it.
The lifestyle part of it, too, is something that you either want or you don't want, or some people, I think maybe
you can tolerate that eventually.
You've been completely invested, you probably have a better opportunity to have success than if you're trying to also manage this. Well, I can only work certain hours because I want to, do this and that, and I have this, family and thing, and that makes it hard because there's some people that are just married to the profession. I've told some, people reach out on LinkedIn and they want advice or whatever. And I've had these, you don't want to make it sound like a negative, but I've tried to have honest conversations. And one kid basically hung up on me. I was like, good luck. Like, I appreciate that because he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear that, hey, maybe, I think what I said to him was,
what made him?
I think what I said was, like, here's what you do. Here's what I would do. Gave him all the advice I could. But then I also said, like, your priorities, this is like a junior in college, sophomore in college. I was like, how old are you? He's like 21. I said, your priorities at 21 and the way you think might be different than when you're 27.
Yeah.
And you've met this woman or you've met this person and you really want, it just might change. So you need to kind of anticipate that and think like, all right, I don't know, maybe I'm not going to want to, maybe working on the weekends is okay in my mind now, but maybe not at 29. So and I said to him, I think what I said was it wouldn't be a bad idea to think about like a different route or have a backup plan. And maybe that's not what you want. And maybe this is all or nothing. If I have a backup plan, I'm done. I'm not going to make it. And I respect that. But if you don't make it, or if you don't get to where you want to go or in the time frame you want to get there, you might want to have that backup or another thing you could do. And it's just, everybody wants there are things I wish people told me when I was coming up. That's all. That they didn't really sit me down, grab my face and say, listen to me. Like, for example, this is not, this. Is this a meritocracy in any shape or form?
No.
Not at all. That was something that I had to learn the hard way. Like, nobody explained that to me when I was getting emails from Steve Berthume. I mean, nobody said that. They didn't say like, yeah, you could be way better than this person, but they just might want that person for some stupid reason.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is. And that's fine. But I'm just telling you that's the way it is. And I just didn't think in this situation she was playing the victim card. I just thought she was talking and it was what it was. And she's right. She makes a lot of money. Good for her. She misses holidays. She got married late, whatever. She's, hopefully she's happy. And that's it.
I would even say too, it's like, even in a way, her advice is a little outdated. Because she could have thrown in that. It's like, to your point, you can make all the sacrifices. You can be really good. And then they're going to be like, hey, we want this person because they make really good TikToks. And then you're going to be like, so I did journalism school.
Yeah.
Learned like ethics, integrity, how to properly report on everything, how to treat people, work ethic, be a team member. And it's because I don't post on TikTok. Because that's another part of it too. That's a part of like, I don't sign up for. Genuinely, I don't care to be the guy to post on TikTok every day. I tried it. That's a lot of work, man.
It's a lot.
It's everything posting about it, and then that's there. And then to the part of there's the disconnect of people think there's like value to that. There is an audience for that. It could be the younger generation. It could be the future, or maybe it eventually dissipates. I don't know. But to that point of what she could add it is you can do all this. You get ready. You have everything in line. Every box checked off, and they'll be like, well, we want them because TikTok. Or, well, we want them because, well, their last name is the same as this person's. That's what it is. So she was not playing victim. You're right.
That's the, I guess that's our perspective on that right there. But, there's a lot more I wanted to get to, including some of the Red Sox things that we've been talking about over the last few days and what happened with Toronto. That's something I want to get to just because I don't know, around that. Maybe I'm just jaded because of the whole Kurt Schilling thing many, many moons ago. But Thanksgiving kind of represented a big, I don't know if it was the start of the offseason or a big part of the offseason or whatever you want to talk about. But I found myself getting a little bit more ornery at the end of the show that I did on Wednesday after the Blue Jays signed Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate, this isn't enough. Sonny Gray, that's not enough, okay? This has to be a more explosive offseason. Yes, they did go get an ace in Garrett Crochet. They brought in Alex Bregman last year. Good. But you have to continue to do that. You can't just say, well, we did this last year or we did that before. No, you have to build off. It wasn't enough last year, and you have to build off of it. You saw who won the World Series again, and you have to continue to build off of it if you want to take them down. And I'm not going to be satisfied with just Sonny Gray, especially if you're trying to make him the number 2 starter, which some people reported. I forget who it was, Chris Cotillo maybe. I don't remember who it was. That's what some of the people in the organization, or maybe it was Rob Bradford, They believe that that's what some of the people in the organization believe, that this is a move that could be fill the spot of the number 2 pitcher in your rotation. No, Sonny Gray's not a number 2. Okay? And if you think he is, you're mistaken. And if that's what you think is going to satisfy this fan base, you're mistaken. So not enough, George.
It's that ad where we saw what the rotation was all the way through August. Crochet, Bayo, Giolito. Fantastic. And then Bayo, Giolito fell off a cliff the month of September. They need to get that number 2. And all we hear about is Joe Ryan, who's young, not even 30 years old, who can be an elite number 2. He's a really good pitcher. And, well, we didn't get him at the deadline. Let's wait for the offseason. It's a long, we haven't even actually gotten to the winter. It's a long winter until spring training returns. Pitchers and catchers report for the Red Sox. If Sonny Gray's their answer instead of a Joe Ryan, then they royally effed up. Sonny Gray, 36 years old, should not be seen as a number 2. If he's seen as a 3 or 4, that's fine. Could be the move before the move. Maybe Bayo or Giolito aren't with the Red Sox next season. Fine. But they still need to go out and get that actual bona fide elite number 2 starter. And if it's only Sonny Gray, and it's also with MLB's free agency, how odd it is too, that Dylan Cease, just like in the quiet of the night, like you mentioned, there's a Sonny Gray trade, then Dylan Cease signs with the Blue Jays. Just no one even knowing these free agency moves are happening. If Dylan Cease was out there, who's a great starter, and again, doesn't have to be your ace, he would actually be a number 2. Why do you go for Sonny Gray and not Dylan Cease? That's just like there's a disconnect somewhere.
I just don't understand why.
36 years old, Sonny Gray.
The money,
20 strikeouts, but
don't care. You got to spend the money. The Dodgers are spending the money. I mean, who is the guy? The 2 things I would say based on what we heard. We've heard Alex Cora recently. I think it was to Section 10, or I forget where he said it, talking about the defense and not really expressing much urgency in improving the defense based on what they were last year and trying to justify some of the things they did defensively last year. I'm sorry. Did you watch the Dodgers win the World Series? Mm-hmm. You can make the argument the 2 biggest aspects of the Dodgers winning the World Series. Obviously, they have Ohtani and some of the things he did, whatever. But they had Yamamoto and coming off of the bench and all the starts he had. He was the World Series MVP. The things he did in that series were magical, okay? And then not only that, how about some of the defense they played in the World Series? It won them the championship, and you could argue. The defense that they played in Game 7, where Rojas are falling backwards throughout the runner coming home, and some of the relays they made, the play they made at the end of whatever game it was to cut down whoever was on second base for the Blue Jays when Hernandez made that play. I mean, they made multiple defensive plays that got them over the hump. That's what you're chasing. That's the model. And the fact that they're not willing to accept that and embrace that and pursue that model mystifies me. You know what it takes. You need more bats. You need better defense. You need more pitching. All of them. It can't just be, let's get one guy and that'll satisfy everyone. Sonny Gray, we're good. There you go. Here's your little scraps and you can live off of that. No. They need more. We're all staring at what they need and what the bar is, and they're not. It feels like they're not willing to go there. Go there.
As we always talk about windows and all that, Crochet was outstanding this season. His first full go as like an ace starter, nonetheless a number 1 ace for a team. You don't know how many more years you get out of Garrett Crochet. You have Roman Anthony right now, yes, under contract, but in this window. Marcelo Meyer, we'll see if he can get healthy. But it's also the rest of the core. Ceddanne Rafaela, Will Urabreu, all these guys. And it also goes back to the other reports we hear about the Red Sox, where it's, well, if Alex Bregman really decides not to resign, then they'll get Alonso. Why not both? Go sign Bregman, give him the money he wants. Go give Pete Alonso the contract he wants, because you need both those bats. Why not both? Why is it one or the other? And that's where I understand how Red Sox fans can get agitated about this trade is, okay, they don't want to hear, let's say, come February or March, where it's, well, we were going to go for Joe Ryan, but we like Sonny Gray. Why not both? With Connerly early, who is great. With Peyton Tolley, who can take a step forward. And then you have depth in your rotation. Why not both? I'm fine with Sonny Gray. as a 3 or 4, go get me Joe Ryan.
617-779-0985. Anything's on the table. Red Sox, NFL, the Patriots. We still have to get back to the Patriots and what's their biggest thing that's going to, if anything, derail their chances come playoff time. I think I have my answer, and you can tell me if that's reasonable. We'll get to all of that. Mark Dondero, George Balekji here, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals are back, and Cincinnati's QB1s return from turf toe. Joe Burrow threw for 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, and Cincinnati beat Baltimore 32-14. Yes, the Bengals have a chance at 4-8 to make the postseason. And a Black Friday game today. The Bruins out in New York taking on the Rangers. Puck drop at 1 p.m. Boston looking to make it 2 in a row out in New York after beating the Islanders. Pre-game starting right here on 98.5 at 12:30. As for the Celtics, they're in Minnesota taking on Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves. Tomorrow, it'll be a 5 p.m. tip-off. Boston's first of a back-to-back at Minnesota, then at Cleveland. These Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. The company that finishes every job strong. If your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128 now at 888-CALL-128. I'm George Balekji. Your next Sports Hub headlines coming up in a half hour.
Sports Up. Mark Dondero, George Balekji. You know what was jarring yesterday, George? Real quick, I just wanted to, I don't know why I wanted to bring this up, but maybe because I was so rattled. Eminem performing in front of his grandson. Or he's grandpa. Eminem being a grandpa.
Marshall Grandpa Mathers.
It just is like crazy to me. Like, it's just funny. I mean, there's no, you watch him perform and you're like, that's a grandfather. It's just funny to think about, you know?
The only thing that would have made it more perfect if the Lions were hosting the Cardinals and like Marvin Harrison Jr. was out there. You know?
Yeah.
With Eminem being a grandpa. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. catching him pass over Asante Samuel Jr. Like, it would have put it all together perfect.
I mean, it's just great. It's amazing how popular Eminem is still. Even with like little kids. Like, I've come across some that know his songs and know his music, and he's still relevant. He's still around, but I mean, what a talent! What a rapper that guy was and is.
We still came up in the golden age, and that's also a guy too that like never grew beyond like what his roots were. Like, still Detroit to the end all the way through. Like, I saw 50 Cent, I think a couple weeks ago, was at a Commanders game and he was wearing like Commanders gear. I'm like, you're from the Bronx.
Yeah.
You always wear a Yankees fitted. Like, you can't do that. You'll never see Eminem doing anything similar. You know what I mean? But that's 50 Cent getting bigger than New York and whatever. Doesn't rap anymore. Eminem always stood with like where he came from, which, you know what? In a city like Detroit, like, that's what they love. Obviously. I think it every year. Maybe we've talked about it on this air before, or I've brought it up, I guess. The whole thing with going back to, I think it was 2002, and the Scott Stapp, the Creed performance in Dallas. Have you seen those videos? Why was that such a moment in time? Like, I don't know. I don't understand it. I mean, that was before me.
No, I get it. It was like, okay, he had the jersey on with his name on the back, and some guy I think was flying through the air. Is that what it is? I just never understood. Was that just such a more elaborate performance for a Thanksgiving game than we've ever seen? Or is it because it's Creed? Like,
it was 2001. It was the
01?
Cowboys, yeah. And it was like, again, you can only get that if you're watching. So they make it that big. Compared to now, when halftime hits, you're like, all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to scroll on my phone. I'm going to put on something else, like watch YouTube, whatever it may be. That was, again, like appointment television was truly appointment television. Even the stuff that is appointment television today isn't as big of an appointment as it used to be. It's like how you had to go to your doctor. Nah, it's telehealth. Okay, cool. You could just do that. Just, it's not as big as it once was.
I just didn't understand why that became such a...
It was a wind blowing, too. Like, it literally, you have to double check. You're like, that wasn't the Super Bowl.
No.
It was a Thanksgiving Day game.
I was just figuring it's because he was wearing the jersey with his name on it. But is that big a deal? I don't know.
I'm watching about the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders in it.
Okay.
Yeah, here's some guy doing some like Cirque du Soleil stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 7 minutes.
Okay. I was late. We got to get another quick break in, and then we're going to come back. I want to know right when we get back. I'm going to tell you what I think is the biggest red flag for the Patriots in the playoffs, and what might be the thing that makes me most frustrated associated with their downfall. Are you doing the headlines right now? No headlines?
No headlines.
All right, we'll be back. We're going to do that next. Mark Dondero, George Balekji, 98.5, The Sports Up. Christmas. The holiday
Sound a
season
little
is
happier.
here, George.
Sound a little more cheerful. Like, happy Thanksgiving.
Oh,
Merry
me?
Christmas. Yeah, a little.
Sorry. I just did. I said the holiday season is here.
Do we have the 98.5 top 5 from you today? Will we do like Thanksgiving foods, or you already did that?
No, I didn't do that. We could
do it later.
That.
Let's do it later.
All right, let's. I'll think of a topic.
Thanksgiving adjacent.
One thing I wanted to just bring up, because I've seen some of this online. I see it a lot. Did you see the play last night when Isaiah Likely fumbled right before the goal line? The ball trickled? What do you think of that rule?
Fumble.
What did you think of the rule?
Oh, the ball going out of the back of the end zone?
Rule? Just in general, that rule.
I mean, he did not have possession of the ball as he broke the plane. That's a fumble out the back. That's it.
Yeah, but so you like that rule?
That the opposing team gets possession
Correct.
if you fumble out of the back of the end zone as you're breaking the plane. Yeah. It rewards the defense when he's making that fumble. What do you do? I mean, what are you going to do? Just give them like a replay of down, or not a replay of down, like penalize on down, offense sticks with the ball?
I guess you just put it at the 1.
Because if he fumbles and it just went out further down the sideline, then the Ravens would have gotten the ball.
They keep the ball.
I would put it on the 20. You're still rewarding a defense for making a play because that happens. So there is part of that. Shouldn't completely reward the defense though, or the other team and just give them possession. He fumbled as he's breaking the plane. No matter where you are, move the ball to the 20. So it could still be a positive play for the offense. But if it goes out the back of the end zone, no one gets possession, move the ball to the 20.
I don't understand it. I love the rule. Love the rule. I love the rule.
For penalizing the
it
offense.
Devastates the offense. I love it. If you fumble in that situation, you deserve everything you get. And I'm not saying Likely it wasn't a boneheaded play. He was trying to make the right play. It was a good play.
Yeah, he leaped over a defender. Ball was away from his body.
The ball was a little exposed because of what he was doing. Fine. But you got to reward that. That's a great play by the defense. I love the rule, and I cannot believe there's so many people out there that don't like the rule, or that it's the worst rule in football. I don't think it's the worst.
There's a lot worse.
You should be penalized. You should be damned if you fumble the ball out of the end zone before you get the ball over the goal line or across the plane. I love it, and it's a game changer every time it happens. And it's great. And I cannot understand why people hate that rule. Don't have that happen. I love that rule.
My one thing with the rule is that if it happened, say, at the 40, and the ball squirted out at the 30 and no one had possession, Baltimore still has the ball. But because you're making a play to break the plane, you're deterring players for trying to score. So Isaiah Likely should have held on to the ball and fallen at the 5 instead of trying to go in for the score.
Why? Don't fumble. You cannot fumble there.
But he's making an athletic play. Evading a defender, ball gets away. Like we said, it was exposed. Then he fumbles, drops it, goes out the end zone, and then Cincinnati gets a ball. At that point, I think no matter where they are, that play could have been from their own 1-yard line. He fumbles in the end zone, put the ball at your opponent's 20. They could have been at the 5. You fumble in the end zone, no one recovers, put the ball back at the 20. Make the down count, but put the ball at the 20. I don't agree with the offense losing the ball.
I love it. And I'm fascinated by how much it changes the game. A team that was going in to score all of a sudden don't just not score. They lose
have the ball.
I love it. And I think it's just an absolute game. It's a rare thing. It's not like it happens a lot.
Yeah.
I love the rule, and I cannot believe all the people I think it's the worst in football.
I think it should be a subjective rule. If it's an offensive player about to score and they let the ball go early and doesn't break the plane and goes out the end zone.
Celebratory type of
Yeah. Give it to the other team because that idiot deserves it at that point.
Well, I think
but if it's an offensive player lunging, going to make a play, trying to score, I want to reward the offense for putting up points, give them the ball, put it at the 20. Subjective rule it should be.
Disagree.
I don't lose sleep over it. As you can tell when you ask me about it, I'm like, this is what I would do. There are rules I have issues with. That rule, I think you should edit it. Offense keeps the ball. If the offensive player is trying to make a play, put it at the 20.
I disagree, but I could see why people might be uncomfortable. I just think it's such a stunning change in the game when it happens.
You love the penalty.
Yeah, it's just you can't.
You're petty. You're petty.
So close.
Are you petty? Are you a petty guy?
I'm a petty guy usually. I mean,
you like this petty rule.
This rule I do like.
Okay.
I just think you're in that scoring it. You're about to cash in. Can't lose it there. And I love the fact that it changes the game. I don't know if that was the difference last night. I don't think it was. I do think, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. The Bengals figured something out defensively. So don't tell me that the Patriots was just a complete flop last Sunday. They figured something out defensively, and I think New England deserves a little more credit for the way they were able to erase that early 10-point deficit, have the lead at halftime, and go on to win the game the way that they did. I understand that Joe Burrow. And how about this? You just said it earlier, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they still alive for the playoffs?
A lot would have to go right.
A lot would have to go right, but
they have to sweep the Ravens.
Okay.
That would give Baltimore 7 losses. And then the Steelers have a tough schedule ahead. I think they have the Bills and the Ravens twice. Lions as well. A lot would have to go
win
right.
The division?
Bengals have to win out. They just have to win out. I'm talking get into the playoffs.
So let me ask you this.
To win the division, I mean, that'd be insane. But they can. I just laid it out.
Do you think
sweep the Ravens and the Steelers just stink?
Is there any disappointment in Cincinnati today, especially after you saw the way that the Patriots game unfolded, that you did not play Joe Burrow in that game?
Definitely.
I feel like that was a mistake.
But here's the thing: how much more ready was he that you let him rest 4 extra days, right? Because it was Sunday and they turned around and played Thursday, right?
Felt like he was pretty ready. If he's going to be able to do that on Thursday, he looked pretty normal last night. He was moving. I'm just saying, if you legitimately thought you had a chance, you should have played him against the Patriots if he was ready to go. I don't understand why. Because I was saying, I think we saw this with Booty. If he didn't, I forget what the exact games were. I can look up what the Patriots schedule was. But if you didn't, so the Patriots schedule, I got it right here. If Booty wasn't going to play against Tampa that week, he definitely shouldn't have played against the Jets. Just sit him out. He can't play against Tampa. He's not going to be ready 4 days later. Yeah. Sit him out. See after that little mini bye. If Burrow was going to play on Thursday, just play him. Especially if you were one loss away, arguably, from really seeing the playoff hopes go down the drain.
Yep.
That was a mistake. They should have played him. And then you saw the game played out. You really should have played him. I know that Chase ended up suspended, but if you have Burrow in there, and Higgins is still in there a little bit, and they did some things that they did, pick 6, you should have played Joe Burrow, and you blew it, and you had a chance. 617-779-0985. Mark, George, when we get back, I'm awful at teases, but we're going to do why the Patriots might fumble their opportunity in the playoffs and what my biggest red flag sitting here is. We're going to do that when we get back. Mark and George, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's
128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Their team is ready 24/7 to help customers and finish every job strong. If you need them, visit call128.com.
All right, our Finish Strong Friday. Continuing here. Mark Dondero, George Balekji. I've gone back and forth a lot, George, over what I think will be the biggest risk from a Patriots perspective as we get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I want your take on that. I think what I've arrived at, I think it's going to be the defense.
So the biggest liability is the defense.
Yeah, I just feel like Drake May is good enough, even if they do have some protection issues, to deal with those. And I don't feel like he's going to be such... He'll be under such siege in a playoff game where it will completely derail what they want to do offensively. I just feel like defensively, if the offense isn't dominating a game, I see myself getting upset with the defense if they start a little slow, and then if they give up a couple chunk plays, and if they're not, because they've been a professional defense all year, and I've respected what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
But in the playoffs, if you come up against a team that's really experienced or really having a good day or playing well, I think you might need to be a little bit more than professional. You might need to be dynamic. You might need to dominate for a little bit. And I just think they've kind of been a little bit reliant defensively on Drake May and the offense sort of bailing them out. They have been timely. They've made some big stops. They've had, even though the pass rush hasn't been excellent, they've had it in key moments. I give them credit for all those things. But I feel like I'm most concerned with the team. Like we go into a playoff game and all of a sudden, pick your quarterback. He just looks great. And he can't they're not slowing them down, and the team that they're playing is running the ball and converting on third down, and I'm just getting more and more frustrated with the defense. And even though they'll make some plays, they won't make enough. And even though Drake May will make some plays, he won't make enough to overcome what the defense is doing. And I just feel like the defense and their lack of dominance is what might be the thing that does them in, especially when you're talking about a quarterback that's never started a playoff game before.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to be the one thing that'll down the Patriots, if anything?
This defense has been good, and the offenses that they could match up with are volatile, especially at the quarterback position. It's the same reason I think they've been so successful. They've played a very easy quarterback schedule. To me, it's a receiving core. Because if this offensive line isn't healthy, the cornerbacks they can face. Chidobe Awuzie with the Ravens. Sauce Gardner with the Colts. Jaquan McMillan with the Broncos, along with Jahdae Barron and Pat Surtain. Like, they have such a good secondary. Joey Porter Jr., Jalen Ramsey, right? Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter with the Texans. The issue with the Patriots offense still, and I think, like, Drake May, to your point, is good enough. But if the offensive line's banged up and they can't give him time, the lack of man beaters or the lack of guys you can line up anywhere over the field and they can win in a must-win situation will be magnified. I feel like saying offensive line would be too easy, right? So I want to get cute here.
Okay.
But I think it is the lack of pure athleticism and talent. We watch the Cowboys. What does George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb do for Dak? When they're both healthy and on the field, what does Jamar Chase and T. Higgins do for Joe Burrow? You need difference makers on the outside. You can only do so much. Kayshon Boutte is a good piece. Stephon Diggs has been awesome for them, but he's their wide receiver one. He's not a wide receiver one.
I don't think Diggs has been awesome. I think he's been very good.
He's the straw that stirs the drink for the receiving room, though. Where you can line him up, what he does in the slot, the attention he draws. With the lack of talent around him, like in the context of what he is given to work with, Drake May, Stephon Diggs, all that, he's been awesome. He's coming back from torn ACL at his age in the slot.
Yeah. He's been very good.
I think he's been awesome.
Very good.
For
I'm
them.
not going awesome.
For them. I'm not saying awesome of like he's one of the best receivers in the league.
I disagree. I think that their receiving core is as deep as any group or unit that they have. I think they've played
deep
as well.
Where they have a lot of guys like Mac Hollins, Pop Douglas, Kayshon Boutte, Stephon Diggs, but like as deep as anyone in the league. Nice. Depth is cute, but like you gotta have it. You need that guy. And they're not gonna be like, well, the Patriots gotta have it. They have no. I don't need 5 guys to name. Give me one. It's Pickens.
I think they're
It's Chase. Yes.
I think their depth.
It's JSN with the Seahawks.
I think the guys they have are good enough. They're all in that B range, and I think they're good enough. I think it makes it a little bit unpredictable for defenses trying to guard them. You don't know who's going to be featured week in and week out. And I think that's one of their biggest strengths, not a weakness. And I just look, it might be the offensive line. It might be the inability to run the ball. Maybe they won't be able to close a team out because they can't run the ball. I think it's a fascinating question. What will be their downfall, if anything? What did Dan Orlovsky say early in the year? They're in nickel too much defensively. I get maybe that could be. Look,
no, they're fine. Everyone runs like a big heavy nickel. That's the NFL now. Because when you're lining up against teams, they're gonna have 3 receivers. You have to match personnel to an extent.
I guess the question will be: take the game we saw Drake May play against the Bengals on Sunday, right? If you have that exact game against a team currently in the playoffs, pick any team you want. Buffalo, Jacksonville, Denver, Indianapolis. Can you win that game? That's what I'm worried about. And that's why I'm saying the defense. And maybe that's not fair. I'm certainly not going to say Drake May is going to be the problem. I think Drake May, you're going to key on the best player on the team. He's going to have he's not going to dominate a playoff game. I don't expect that. So that's why I need the defense to step up and to play like the unit that they're kind of ranked as, because I just think that might be something that you're going to have to be prepared to give May a little help, to give the offense a little help. And it can't just be we're going to sit around, not do anything devastating, and then wait for Drake May to win it. I think in the playoffs, you need the defense to do a little bit more than that and make some big plays, which they've done. But they've also, been uneven and wobbly at times. Slow starts, chunk plays. They need to make sure that they don't, get into a hole or something like that in a playoff game.
It's the same thing, too, of how effective can Milton Williams be dealing with the high ankle sprain when everything comes from leverage in the trenches at his size, too, and the guys he's taking on in the interior offensive line. That's going to open up that run defense a lot. When he's back and healthy, how healthy is he going to be? The high ankle sprain, same thing with Jared Wilson. 2 really important, underrated pieces. Milton Williams, arguably their best defensive player. 2 very underrated, important pieces, though, dealing with the same injury. And a high ankle sprain is a lot worse than it sounds, right? There's a reason it's a long timetable to return. And then when you're on the offensive or defensive line, that's a lot of weight pushing on you. And then your ankle's weaker than it normally is pushing back. It's tough. That defense, it does concern me with the health. And it's the same thing, as we're talking about left tackle, left guard. And is a team that's health is their biggest luck. It's the biggest factor in their success. Same thing on the defensive side. If Gonzalez is banged up, then all of a sudden Carlton Davis is your cornerback 1. If you lose either of your safeties, you don't have a lot of depth behind them. If Spillane everywhere. Kayvon Chason. Okay, that's your best pass rusher. Who's behind him? Same with Harold Landry.
The other thing, I say defense, and maybe I could make an argument for something else. The other reason the defense is going to be stressed even more in the playoffs, when you can't run the ball, and you don't have they don't have an elite short passing attack. The screen game has been non-existent. They don't run those routes with the the Edelman or Wes Welker type of things. You are going to have trouble. They can score, which is good. They can move the ball, which is good. But if you're trying to play a little keep away in a playoff situation, or run a 4-minute offense or something, they are not elite.
They can't run the ball.
They can't run the ball. So if your defense is struggling, or if you need to cool off the other offense, or whatever it may be, maybe your offense isn't clicking 100%, you can't run the ball and settle anything down. That could put more pressure on your defense to make stops and do different things. And if you're not having a good day, that could be a lot. And I don't want them to get into that situation. I would love for them to find a way to either run the ball a little bit better or open up and activate that short passing game. The quick game sucks, Mac Jones. If they could find a way to get that going a little bit, to give them a little bit of breathing room so the defense doesn't have to do a million things, I think that would benefit them. And that, I just feel like if I'm sitting here watching them lose a playoff game, my highest level of frustration will come from what they're not doing or able to execute defensively. I don't think it's going to be, the line, he's sacked again, or I don't think it's going to be, the running game just can't do it. I think I'm going to be frustrated because another third down was converted, another chunk or a slow start, and they couldn't get back in the game because of the start, and then the defense wasn't able to dominate. I just feel like that's going to be the case.
But
go ahead.
If the defense gets those stops and Drake May doesn't have times getting eaten up, the offensive line play is going to frustrate you.
Yeah, that could be. Then I'll be wrong. I'll say the defense made the stops and they just couldn't protect them, or they couldn't do enough to get the offense going because of the line or whatever. I just the defense. I just have concerns. Like attack the middle of the field. If those linebackers kind of get a little bit, if they get a little taken advantage of, if they're going over depending on who they play. We'll see. 617-779-0985. Let's get a headlines from George. We'll be back. Mark, George, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
We got Black Friday games today. The Bruins out in New York taking on the Rangers. Puck drop at 1 p.m. Boston looking to make it 2 in a row out in New York. Pregame starting right here on 98.5 at 12:30 p.m. Ryan Johnson and Bob Beers with the calls. As for the Celtics, no game today, but they're taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards tomorrow. First game of a back-to-back. Minnesota tomorrow, Cleveland the next day. And as for in the NFL, Joe Burrow and the Bengals are back. Burrow threw for 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the Bengals, behind 5 turnovers from the defense, beat Baltimore 32-14. The Bengals went out, sweep the Ravens, and put themselves in a position to win the division. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Head to your local New England Honda dealers to learn more and see our lineup of Honda vehicles. I'm George Balekji. Your next Sports Hub headlines coming up in a half hour.
I think it's notable that, I mean, the Bengals, there could be chaos within that AFC North if they're able to go on a little run here. Just based on the Steelers' schedule and with their games, the one game last night and then the next game they have with the Ravens, that would be wild if they find a way with the worst defense in the history of football to go on a little run here and somehow win the division and make the playoffs.
That's a Joe Burrow effect. He gets back in the fold, and it's also with the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers banged up. Their defense is really good, but Aaron Rodgers has been so banged up that offense has never gotten right. With Baltimore and Lamar Jackson not being right, just having games like they've disappointed in so many spots. As crazy as it is, I feel like this is always the AFC North, though. It always is where it's those three teams.
Yeah, well, those teams
vying
really
for the
good.
top.
Yeah.
But it's like an ugly way to get in and win. There are the times where Baltimore runs away with it. Sometimes Cincinnati has. But it's just basically who can survive and get out. But the fact that Cincinnati, who's had Joe Burrow out since week 2, week 3, he just comes back and they beat the Ravens like just in time for that. For all we know, you bring up that if Joe Burrow could have played Thursday, could he have played Sunday? Maybe they were doing it in a way of bringing back acclimation, right? Don't overwork the turf toe. Again, another injury that's way worse than it sounds. Don't overwork it too soon. Have them play Sunday, then play Thursday. But also with them eyeing it of, let's come back Thursday and beat the Ravens, and we can get into the playoffs. It was close against the Patriots. Flacco bounced back in that game. Didn't play terrible. They could have beat the Pats. If Burrow was in there, I think they do win, and it's a whole different combo. But with the Steelers injured, how bad Rodgers has been, how injured he is, with Lamar Jackson just never right. Derrick Henry, actually kind of, sort of looking human now. The Bengals can run the table and possibly get in, and that's insane to say.
So the Steelers, I'm sorry, check that. The Ravens are 6-6. Okay? They'll play the Bengals again on December 14th. So let's just say the Ravens beat the Steelers next week. So then they lose to the Bengals. They're 7-7. If the Bengals continue to win, they're 4-8. They're 5-8. They're 6-8. Okay? They're still probably going to need some help from the Ravens. They're not going to, even if they sweep the Ravens, they're still going to need some help. Now, the Ravens, down the stretch, they have the Packers. After, they have the Patriots, the Packers, and then at the Steelers. And that game against Green Bay is at Green Bay. So their schedule down the stretch is not easy. They could get that help. If I'm the Bengals, I am really kicking myself based on how you played against New England, that Burrow didn't play in that game because it is available to them. It's not likely, but when you talk about the Steelers, who I don't think anybody really believes in wholeheartedly, and what the Ravens are looking at, another game with the Steelers, that's always a tough game, I feel like. Then at the Bengals, Patriots at Packers. That is a tough stretch. And if you get a couple losses there, you might be right there to win the division. You might be right there. And I'm trying to look at what the Steelers' schedule is.
Do the Ravens go 0-5? No. But twice against the Steelers, if they split, at Cincinnati, home against New England, at Green Bay, at Pittsburgh. What's most important for the Bengals, they have to be rooting for the Ravens.
Yep.
Bengals want to sweep the Ravens.
Yep.
Ravens split against the Steelers. That's what they want.
It's complicated.
Or they sweep the Ravens, Ravens sweep the Steelers.
But here's
It's chaos.
Here's the Pittsburgh Steelers remaining schedule against Buffalo, who needs it. Mm-hmm. They're hanging on. Mm-hmm. So that's a hard game. At Baltimore, okay, against the Dolphins. At Detroit, who's going to need it. At Cleveland, which is always kind of, it's a division game on the road. Who knows? And then Baltimore again. So I'm just saying, if it falls the right way, they could be there. They could be there. That's all I'm saying.
Rodgers was a full participant in practice yesterday. Quote, on track.
Yeah.
To be available to play Sunday. He's going to play. He's going to push himself. He cares for football, and he's not going to allow that team to continue to trot Mason Rudolph out there.
I don't think
Bengals got to beat the Ravens and then hope the Ravens beat the Steelers.
I don't think Baltimore or Kansas City are going to make the playoffs, George.
You're saying neither.
I don't think either of them are going to make the playoffs, George.
Insane.
That would be crazy. And Josh Allen is hanging on by a thread.
When we did this very show, before the season, you asked me, like, what's your take? And I said, Lions will miss the playoffs. So losing the brain trust, lose their OC, their DC, yada, yada, yada. I'm very impressed by Lions even after they lost yesterday. It was an awesome game between them and the Packers.
Yeah, but they should have lost to the Giants.
Chiefs lose, like missing the playoffs. Like I felt crazy to say Lions can miss the postseason. Chiefs missing the postseason. That's beyond insane to say. But it's a reality. That roster is not good.
I thought they were going to beat Dallas. I thought if they lost, they were going to lose to maybe Houston. I thought that could be a tough game based on how their defense was playing. I did not think they were going to lose to Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. And quite frankly, I thought they were going to be able to beat the Broncos in Denver just because they've dominated the Broncos. But, I mean, the Chiefs' remaining schedule, let's look at their real quick. Let's look at their schedule. I mean, I'm just fascinated by all this because they were so good. These teams are so legit. You just didn't see this with the Patriots where they wouldn't make the playoffs. The fact that these teams could be out of the playoffs, I know Jackson was hurt a few weeks, but Mahomes hasn't been. Chiefs, Houston, which is now enormous, next Sunday.
Yep.
That's a Sunday night game, enormous game on December 7th. Then they host the Chargers. You're going to have them favored in that game, but that's a division game. It's not a piece of cake. Then at the Titans, then Denver again. So
hosting Denver,
easier schedule, but they're hosting Denver, hosting the Chargers. You got to think that they're going to be favored in those games, and that they'll have a good chance because they've been much better at home.
But where do I get the confidence they can beat Denver even at home? Because they have not looked good at all. It is exactly what we saw here in New England, where you have Tom Brady keeping them in games by himself. That's what Mahomes had 4 touchdowns yesterday, and they lost. You should not lose a game where Patrick Mahomes throws for around 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, let alone 4 scores, and they did. You cannot afford that. He's doing everything he can. Run game hasn't been there. Pacheco's been banged up. Defense has not been consistent, and the guys that they need to win on the outside, he can only do so much when you're fully dependent on him.
617-779-0985. I love the timing of this Houston-Kansas City game. We'll see what Houston does this weekend. But I feel like that's the game. Like something's got to give. You know what I mean? Houston has been surging. They're hot. They're the team nobody wants to play. Well, if they lose to the Chiefs with the way the Chiefs have been playing, all of a sudden they're not the team nobody wants to play because the Chiefs haven't been very good. And if they lose that game, if they beat the Chiefs, that might maybe stick a fork in Kansas City, maybe, for the playoffs, depending on what happens elsewhere. So, I mean, right now the Chiefs have a 47% chance to get in. New England's obviously, like the winner, New England's going to be in. Denver's going to be in. They're going to win the AFC West. Indianapolis is probably going to win the AFC South, right? Or is Jacksonville still in play for that?
No, Colts will win that.
Okay, so it's going to come down to the Bills, the Chargers, the Texans, the Steelers, the
Chiefs.
Ravens, or even the Bengals. Yeah, I'm talking about for the Chiefs. So when you think of it that way, I don't know. Like the Steelers, I don't see the Steelers and the Ravens. Maybe they're not all going to get in. They're still alive. 47% is still alive. I don't know. I don't know how you keep losing games, though, and still feel good about their chances.
And that Texans defense is legit. That Texans team can run the ball.
I think there's a legitimate chance the Ravens and the Chiefs both missed the playoffs based on how they're playing and what's going on.
In honesty, the likelihood I would give it the Ravens more likely to miss than the Chiefs. I think the Ravens have a tougher finish to the schedule just because of the divisional opponents, where they are home, away, road, all that stuff. And for the Chiefs, again, and like I don't know how many times I could say it, and then I'm going to be proving myself wrong. But when they have number 15, who is healthy, compared to Lamar Jackson, who just does not look right, I give the confidence to the Chiefs. The Ravens missing the playoffs, though, that creates a conversation in Baltimore, and this really has an effect on the entire AFC. What do you do with John Harbaugh? What do you do with one of the more well-run organizations in all pro sports, one of the best front offices, because the way they draft is tremendous, but what do you do with the head coach who's been there a long time And with Lamar Jackson, hasn't won it yet. With getting Derrick Henry in there, was not able to capitalize on their window. And if John Harbaugh is out in Baltimore, that changes the whole coaching carousel of who goes for the New York Giants job, because Baltimore, to me, that would be the number one job on the job market out of the openings. That becomes that, but who fills that void? And it just changes how the power dynamics are in the AFC. And this is where it pays off that you hired Mike Vrabel, finally, Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Because second, there's a coaching change like that of that magnitude. If Harbaugh's out in Baltimore, you just look and you go, we got Mike Vrabel. We're one of the top dogs in the AFC now.
He's been a rock star. It's been awesome what he's done since he's been here. Obviously, Drake May's ascent has helped. I'm sure he's helped with that, though. I just think this is one of the more fascinating playoff pictures we've seen in the conference in years. And to top it off, what you said earlier and what we've been discussing, hair on the mic, I just think the Patriots, based on the teams that you're looking at, they have probably been the most consistent of all of them, which is something noteworthy as we head past Thanksgiving here. 617-779-0985. I want to get a Celtics thought in. How big was that win against the Pistons the other night? Just how big was it based on where this team has been the last few years? I want to just comment on that. Mark George, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Men, we hear it all the time. A man comes in to get his erectile dysfunction treated, and very soon thereafter, he tells us that his relationship has come back to life. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and you should know that ED doesn't affect just you. It also often affects your partner. They can feel undesired, unwanted. They may even feel like you don't love them anymore. At Northeast Men's Health, we've successfully treated tens of thousands of men for ED with protocol.
We do have a 98.5 that we'll get to in a little bit. I just wanted to comment, George, on the Celtics. I think the win the other night against the Detroit Pistons was one of their biggest wins in the regular season during the Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown era.
Okay.
I thought it was huge. I thought it was a top 5 win since Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have been here in the regular season. That was an impressive win. You're going up against a young, hungry, motivated, athletic team that had won 13 in a row. I understand you were home. Just the fact that you won the game, impressive. More impressive, the way that you won the game. They won a close game. Okay, I crushed them and how good they are in close. I don't think they've been very good in close games. They were excellent. They made field goals down the stretch that were key. They were clutch. They made plays. They got rebounds. They were able to box out, even though that was a weird call that sort of resulted in Cade Cunningham having an opportunity to tie the game. They made the play, ultimately getting the rebound that won the game. Some of the drives to the basket from Jaylen Brown were elite. Derek White down the stretch was awesome. They got contributions from multiple people. They did it without Neemias Queta. They made the field goals when it mattered, and despite the fact that that game could have gone either way, I want to give them credit for winning that game and getting it done the way they did in that situation, because that is the type of team, the type of win they're going to have to get used to pulling off if they want to, even with Tatum, go to where they want to go. So I'm giving credit to the Boston Celtics for how they were able to win that game against a very good, very motivated, very young and up-and-coming Detroit Pistons team in that spot. But more importantly, the way they won it, making field goals, not giving up an inch, being relentless the entire game, and finding a way to make the baskets to get the win. And they did it, and they held them off, and that was an impressive win for the Boston Celtics. Totally impressed.
This is the Jaylen Brown we were hoping to see as well. Over a 5-game stretch, not just in the win over the Pistons, but this is a guy that's 33, 29, 26, 35, 33. Won 4 of their last 5 games. And with Derek White, like Jaylen Brown being the guy on both ends of the floor, Derek White scoring 11 of his 27 points in the fourth quarter, at the end of the game, in clutch time as well. This was the level you want to see them take. And it does. It sounds insane to say that about a game that's played in November, the NBA, because that's the NBA we live in now. But because of this Pistons team, who's a legitimate contender to win the East, it's one of the biggest threats outside of the Knicks, on the win streak where they haven't won 13 or more games, the last time they've done that was the last 2 times they've won an NBA title. That's how good Cade Cunningham is. On a night where he's dropping 40+, they answered the call every which way late in the game. And that's what you want to see from the Celtics. It's what you want to see from Jaylen Brown. If they can continue to execute, and they also just adapt to the game that's in front of them, right? It's not the stubbornness to win their way or no other way. They have to adapt of who has a hot hand, who can take us home, who can make us win
head?
today.
Somebody getting angry unnecessarily?
Hot hand.
Oh, I thought you said hot head. Okay.
Yeah, if it's Joe Mazzulla getting a hot head and then, just ripping into them to get them to win, fine. But it's who has the hot hand and who they can ride with. And for the last 5 games, it's been Jaylen Brown. They won 4 or 5. But it's a team that don't just get above 500, keep it consistent. And then the same thing, when they get to March, how's Jason Tatum feeling and does he come back? Because the East as well is open. We don't know what's going to happen with Giannis after the deadline. We don't know, outside of the Knicks and the Pistons and the Magic, what you get with the rest of the East. Cleveland's good, but same thing. Will Donovan Mitchell be there post-trade deadline? As a Cleveland team that continues to go all in around him. It's a wide open East. And if the Celtics can keep it going, and that is a huge showing against the Pistons. And when Cade Cunningham's dropping 42, they come back in clutch time, weird calls, weird ending, and they win by 3.
That's what it's all about. That's what they need to get more comfortable doing. They need more of those types of wins.
Win ugly.
And I'm not talking to just win ugly. I'm talking about making, going out and winning the game. Not just finding a way to hold on. And I understand, again, he missed the free throw. But they went and they made they made field goals down the stretch. They made buckets. They made plays. That's what it's about. It's not just about shooting a bunch of threes, getting a lead, and trying desperately to hold on if you have a lead late in the game. No, they say you can't just do that. You have to find a way when it could go either way. When you're up a few or up 1 or down 1, You need to be able to make the field goal to give yourself the lead or to create a little separation. And I thought that was the example there against a good team, against a team that was hot, with you being shorthanded. Without Cater, without Tatum, obviously. That's the type of game they need to find ways to win more. That type of game. Very specific. That type of game. And they're going to have chances. At Minnesota, at Cleveland, home to New York. Like, I'd like to see them, do some things and allow them to really get. They're better than. They are better than being a whatever 500 team, or 10-8 or whatever. Like, they should be better than that. Yeah. And I'd like to see them win some of these games to prove that.
They also need to find an answer at the center spot too. Like Luka Garza's.
No, he's
night in, night out. He's the worst defender on the floor. It's not, and Amari Williams, Josh Minot have been fine. Boucher did not play in that game. They need someone that can play 20 minutes a night at the center spot or at the 4. Just be that big and consistently be a good defender. You could have the additions on offense. I know Garza brings that upside. They need to find a long-term solution for this season. When I say long-term, I mean the rest of the way. Even if it's a rental, because they cannot continue to trot out Luka Garza and just hope it works. It's just not good enough defensively. It's too important a position in Joe Mazzulla's system too.
And it's kind of a strange year in the NBA. I mean, we talked a lot about the NFL and who's what's the best team in the East at least. I guess. First of all, the other thing I wanted to bring up from an NBA perspective, we can talk about the East. Are we not acknowledging enough of what Oklahoma City is doing? I mean, I think they have the legitimate chance to be the best team we've seen since the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Even maybe beyond what the Warriors were, only because of what we saw having to bring in Durant. Like, I just don't feel like they were as dominant when it comes to just Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. The Durant thing kind of really messed everything up because that was such a odd and explosive move. Mm-hmm. In terms of a real team that's been built organically,
homegrown,
this team, I think they're going to be. And I understand that Shaq was traded or whatever. He was signed by the Lakers. This is going to be.
No, but talking sheer dominance, yeah.
I just I felt Steph Curry. They were lucky to win that first championship without Durant because Love. Who got hurt in that series? It
Kevin
was
Love.
Love and Irving got hurt in that series. That's why they won.
Yeah.
If they were all healthy, I don't think they win that series. Then you needed Durant.
Yeah.
Okay? Credit to them. They beat the Celtics. That was legit. But they needed Durant the next couple times. I feel like this is the best team that we've seen since the Lakers, and they haven't even had Jalen Williams in there this year.
I know, and he's supposed to return soon.
I mean, it's crazy what they're doing.
Their big addition when it comes to free agency was Alex Caruso, right? That speaks volumes to what they're doing. They're dominating once again, off to an 18-1 start. If they make it back-to-back, yes, they enter that LA Shaq-Kobe combo. If they can make it 3 rings with this core over whatever span, even 5 years, it doesn't have to be 3 and 4, whatever. What that team is doing, where it's also how they're built. At any point in time, they have 5 ball handlers on the floor. At any point in time, they have 5 elite defenders. And that's with SGA, who's leaps and bounds the best player on that team. But it's the pure team ball that they do play. They're such a threat. And they're just, the West, how stacked it is, they're running through it. An 18-1 start
18-1
after you win the NBA championship and run through the playoffs as well. It's how good SGA is. It's how deep this team is. But that is part of it that gives them credit of it is homegrown. They traded for SGA. He took time to develop. They traded for certain guys, but they drafted Jalen Williams. They drafted the other Jalen Williams. The other good players like Lou Dort drafted. Mm-hmm. It's how good they are defensively, and all these guys can make an impact on offense. The Thunder team, they are enjoyable to watch too. They'll play a half-court offense. I know it's all the foul baiting that you hear about, SGA, the foul merchant, whatever. Free throw merchant. They actually play within a half court, and it's not just chuck up threes and see who wins. They will play in a half court in set pieces and live with that.
I mean, they can just do whatever they want. And I mean, not only that, go talk to Ed Cooley at Georgetown about Thomas Sorber. I mean, that guy, they were high on him He could have been the Big East Player of the Year this year had he come back. He gets drafted by OKC. He's hurt. He's a guy that will come back down the road. Whose pick do they have this year? Don't they have somebody's pick? The Clippers pick? Is it the Clippers pick? They have like the Clippers pick. It could be like a top 8 pick this year. I mean, it's ridiculous. And you know they're going to hit on whoever they take. What they're doing is insane. And I'll never understand why for years the West has been better than the East. I'll never understand. There's no rhyme or reason why that should be the case.
They have 3 first-round picks. They have Phillies, which is a protected pick if it's top 4. They have their own pick. And then they have the Jazz, which is a protected pick if it's top 8.
Okay.
So as long as Philly finishes outside top 5 or in the lottery doesn't draw a top 4 pick, boom, that's OKC's pick. For the Jazz, as long as same thing, don't draw a top 8 pick, boom, that's OKC's pick.
I mean, they're just incredible, and
2027, they have the Spurs, top 16 protected, the Nuggets, top 5 protected.
It's like
and the Clippers.
Are they gonna break the NBA single season wins record, the Warriors record? I mean, they haven't even had Jalen Williams. He's their number 2. They're either 18-1.
And arguably, Lou Dort's their best defender, but Jalen Williams is such a good defender.
He's their number 2. They're all good defenders. They're all good. Holmgren at the rim is good. They're all good. SGA's good. Dort's like a linebacker out there. I mean, it's just an impressive team. And I can't believe that they have let Sam Presti just stay in. Like, how has not any other team offered him the world? The Knicks. Somebody.
There have to be teams that came for them. He probably loves it because he knows in his ecosystem, like he's controlling the basketball team.
I guess.
You go to New York, all of a sudden James Dolan is asking for things, you know?
Yeah.
Whatever the power dynamics are. In Oklahoma City, it's all about basketball. And that's the best place for him to be. Continue to win.
In the case of the Celtics, I just feel like they need to win more of the games we saw last night. And this is a nice stretch for them to do that, to win 3 of 4. Mm-hmm. They should, like the Knicks coming here. They come here, I think, on Tuesday night. That's a game you want to win. They beat you on opening night. They've embarrassed you the last few times you've played them. You want to beat that team. Enough of this. I'm sick of getting punked around by the Knicks.
And it's Pistons, Knicks, Magic. Like the Heat are not serious Eastern contenders. Raptors, no. Cavaliers, yes. It's a 4-team race in the East. Wide open for the Celtics. I mean, they're making the playoffs. At worst, they should be a play-in team, but it's wide open for them to finish top 4.
Okay. Let's go to a call. John is in the car on the NFL. Hey, John.
Just real quick on the Celtics, Mark. Look, I wish we could rewind the clock when everybody last year was saying, yeah, but if the Celtics beat the Knicks, they should beat OKC because OKC's never been there before. Everybody was so gung-ho that because this kid, Gilgeous-Alexander, never played in a final before, they couldn't win because it's just not allowed in the NBA. It's like a union rule. You can't win on your first opportunity. Okay. And this team is lights out above everybody else in the NBA. They would have beat the Celtics with 4 last year. But that's not why I call. You are right on the goal line. I hate the NFL goal line as an entity because when you run the ball, you just have to touch the ball with the touch the goal line with the ball. But if you catch it, well, did he hold it? Did the ground cause a fumble? Did he make a football move? Did he do this? Did he do that? Did he do the other thing? The guy deserves nothing for fumbling the ball out of bounds at the goal line. You deserve no do-overs. This isn't every kid gets a trophy. Hold on to the football. The football should be in the end zone at the end of every play. If it touches the goal line and then you get pushed back, but the play's still going on like this push thing, it shouldn't be allowed to be called a touchdown until the play is over and the ball is in the end zone. But because of the exact nature of the 100 yards, obviously that's a problem. But to me, just that whole goal line entity, because there's 2 guys on each end, 55 yards apart from where the ball is, get to decide whether or not it touched the goal line for a split second. The league has to fix that issue, in my opinion.
All right, great call, John.
Put a sensor in the football. Why in tennis?
Yeah.
Whenever there's a ball on the line or just out, do we get that instant overview?
Awesome. I love it.
How is that not in a NFL football?
It should be easily manipulated so you could put the thing in there and you can immediately see, it touched the little part of the white line. Or you could have it where in the chains. I don't know, on the bottom of the chain thing, you could have it so they could do it for a first down. The ball got to where the chain needed to get to or whatever, and you could have that technology available. I don't agree with John on the goal line part of it. Like, I think the Patriots have won Super Bowls, because Danny Amendola on the 2-point conversion got that nose of the football into the white, or James White in overtime.
If it breaks the plane and you get pushed back, it's a touchdown.
It's a touchdown. But I completely agree. I completely reject the reverse touchback or going to the 20. You should pay. If you fumble there and it goes out of the end zone, you should pay. And I love it. I love chaos. The chaos it creates, the way it changes the game. Absolutely all in. I love that. I love the rule.
You hate points, but you hate points. You hate points.
No.
You hate points being scored.
There's enough points that are scored.
Don't penalize the offense because they're trying to make a play to break the plane. If the guy is dumb enough to do the early celebration, lets the football go, yes, give it to the defense, no doubt about it.
You take.
That's one I would take. If the guy lets go of the ball early, doesn't break the plane, he's that dumb, but it goes out at the 1, right? Offense still gets the ball. No, in that instance, give the defense a ball. Give the defense a ball.
No, that's ridiculous. I mean, you have to.
But if the guy is reaching, jumping over
to
try and break the plane, it gets punched out, goes back in the end zone, move him back to the
part
20.
of that assessment is deciding whether it's worth reaching out or if you should be a little more careful. That's part of the whole play.
I want points, and I want guys doing everything it takes to score on every single play.
I like points too. And I'm not discouraging reaching out, but you have to, that's the hard part of the game. You have to, in that real time, make an accurate assessment whether or not it's worth risking the ball by reaching out to see. If you don't feel like, based on your spatial awareness, that it's worth it, don't do it. And just cover up the ball, go down. Maybe you get in, maybe you don't. You're on the 1-yard line. I don't even think it was Likely's fault because he jumped and the ball, just because the body moves, was out here. It wasn't his fault. Too bad. Can't do that. Great play by the defender. And it was. I love the rule. Love the rule, and have no. I would take away way more rules before I did that. The tush push can go. All those things can go before I would get rid of that. I love that rule. 617-779-0985. Mark George, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5.
All right, back here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Mark Dondero, George Balekji, 617-779-0985. Cam Newton this morning on First Take, quote, the Dallas Cowboys match up against any team in the NFL. Okay? And his big reason is George Pickens. Does he understand the Cowboys are 6-5-1? I mean, there's a reason, and I get it. Their schedules, the Patriots' schedule, it's all. I just feel like, hey, we'll find out. But a lot of people are emphasizing a lot of different things. The schedule being one, weapons being another. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are a great 1-2. I love their 1-2 ability.
And they have Jake Ferguson, who's as good of a tight end as anyone in the league.
Really good. Why have they only won 6 games? Defense. Why haven't they won more? Defense. Well, then that's a thing, though. That matters.
It's not shocking for a quarterback to say they can match up with anybody because of George Pickens. Is he right in a way if they can match up with any defense? Yes, because they have a MVP caliber quarterback, 2 elite receivers, and elite tight end. So the passing game's there. And the offensive line's good, and they can run the ball. Eventually, you got to get stops, though. That's what basketball, football, that's what it is. You have to get stops. And hockey, you have to prevent high-danger opportunities. I don't think this Cowboys team can match up with anybody. Because what have we seen from the Rams? Again, to me, that's the team this year. They are the best team in the NFL. Because we've seen Matt Stafford go and throw for 400 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns game after game after game. And then all of a sudden, they match up with the Seahawks and he's throwing for 150, and Kyron Williams is the reason they win. Different ways. And guess what? Their defense is legit. You can't tell me they match up with anybody when it's everything on one side of the ball.
I just feel like it is imperative. It's not everything. It's not, a boom or bust type of thing. I really think the Patriots need to win a playoff game. They after this
year?
Yes, this year.
You need one playoff win.
One win. After
Mark, they won 4 games each of the last 2 seasons leading up. You need a playoff win?
I think they need a playoff win to validate the season they've had. I think they need it because
money in the bank at this point.
No, I hear you.
I'm the guy that when I was on here with Barth before the season, I said 10, 11 wins. He goes, I don't know where you're getting 11 from. I go, I feel insane, but it's easy schedule they have. When they got that 10th win, I didn't think it'd be this early. Them is number 1 team. I did not see any of this. This is so far and beyond. This season is validated. Yes, you want them to win a playoff game. Can you win when it matters most against a quality opponent? They've won 4 games the last 2 years. They had the worst offensive line, worst receiving room last year. The defense fell apart. The whole culture was a wreck. They've won this season.
Of course, it's a successful season. I'm not saying if they lose a playoff game, it's not a successful season. It is. No matter what happens, it has been a wildly successful season. But I think if you really want to drive it home, I'll ask it this way. If they win a playoff game, does that negate all of the conversation about the strength of schedule, even if they win just one playoff game, because they were able to win the playoff game?
Depends who they beat, how they do it. But if they win a playoff game.
Well, I mean, if they get the bye,
that's
that
playoff
means the
experience.
Championship game.
At that point, yeah. If they win a playoff game after the bye, then the AFC Championship game. If they get to the AFC Championship game, just money in the bank.
Then it's money in the bank, correct. Then anything, they get blown out, and it would be money in the bank.
For me right now, if anything that gets on top of what they've done so far this regular season, so that would mean a postseason win, it's adding to it, and I will take that, yes.
I just think
they beat anybody. I don't care. You get into the playoffs, you win. You beat anybody, that matters, especially for this team. Because the added context is if they won 4 games the last 2 years each.
I just think that eliminates any and all talk of you being a fraud. If you go to the playoffs and win a game, especially a team that's not, Belichick and Brady and stacked, and your Super Bowl aspiration, it's not Super Bowl or bust for this team. But if you lose at home in your first playoff game, say, then some of that stuff comes roaring back. Fraud, schedule, problems, that stuff comes back.
If they win a playoff game, right? Stick with me. They win a playoff game. and they miss the postseason next year, are they frauds? Because that's the Houston Texans. That's right now the Washington Commanders.
Well, I mean,
because that's a trajectory they're on, like what C.J. Stroud was his rookie year.
So that's the next thing. If you win, how many playoff games has C.J. Stroud won? Has he won one yet? I legitimately don't remember. Did he win a playoff game? Because my question is, and this is what I'm trying to separate myself from, and by myself, I mean the Patriots and what they're doing. You want to avoid this slide that these quarterbacks have been on, the C.J. Strouds.
He's won 2 playoff
C.J.
games.
Stroud?
2024, he threw for 274 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a 45-14 win over the Browns.
Okay.
And we can't, in this scenario, we cannot say, but it was the Browns, because to your point, it's a win. Okay.
That's right.
I'm walking through it with you. I like this combo, Mark. Then they lost to Baltimore. 2025, they beat the Chargers.
Okay.
32-12. He threw for 282 yards and a touchdown.
Okay. So that's even more.
Before losing to the Chiefs by a score.
So they haven't gone deep necessarily. They haven't been to the championship game. But they've won playoff games, and we've still seen C.J. Stroud take a step back, slide back. I want to avoid that, obviously.
His second year was not nearly as good. So his second playoff win is in 2025. Obviously, that was a 24-25 season. 2024, he was not nearly as good as he was his rookie season.
So I want to avoid, like the plague, that scenario. I don't want people saying
I agree.
Drake May's second season, he wasn't nearly as good in his second season. I never want to hear that.
But that's where I always see, and this was also too, think of C.J. Stroud's sophomore season.
Yeah.
They go out and they trade for Stephon Diggs. They go out and get Danielle Hunter in free agency. Nick Caserio, who runs that front office, went all in to capitalize on the C.J. Stroud rookie cost control contract window. Where did they drop the ball, though? Play calling. Bobby Slowick didn't work out. Even this year again, Nick Caley, who no one wanted, he's calling the plays there. It's not working. And Nick Caserio is going way too deep into his Patriots connections. For the Commanders, it's been Jaden Daniels has been banged up. And they did certainly overachieve last season. The one thing I give the Patriots on how they can avoid that, Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels. As long as Josh McDaniels stays as the OC and the head coach of the offense, really, because he's the quarterback's coach, he's the wide receivers coach, he's the running backs coach as well.
Yeah.
He stays with Drake May. I don't see that slide back happening. It's a possibility, though, Mark.
Well, I'll tell you why they're out, though. The other reason they're at risk. How's their drafting? They're still not now. Jared Wilson, maybe that's a hit. Maybe
Will Campbell, Jared Wilson hits.
Okay, but Will Campbell was the 4th overall pick.
Yeah, it
Drake
better
May
be
was
a
the
hit.
3rd. Exactly.
Yeah, it better be
3rd
hits.
overall pick.
So you're saying the late rounds.
Second, not even the late rounds. 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round. Can you get some players in that area that they can actually get onto the field and produce for you? They need more of that, or they're going to be in a bad spot because it's not going to always happen through free agency and trades.
So you're saying Kyle Williams,
Travion
Henderson, fantastic against
Caden Wallace,
fantastic against the Buccaneers. But let's face it, 2 carries for 110 yards was Travion Henderson. He looked good against the Jets. That was the Jets.
Yeah.
No, but you're right.
I need more.
And that's
I need more production from those types of picks.
That's what makes a great team sustainable. That's what makes the Eagles like an anomaly of how they accrue talent.
And the Chiefs for so many years.
Yes.
They've dropped off a little recently.
And guess what? To do that consistently is really freaking hard.
It is.
It's really
But it shouldn't
freaking
be that hard every now and then to hit on a 3rd round pick.
Patriots made it look hard.
They have. And that's what I'm saying. So that's what worries me. But I just feel like the validation that would come with just getting a playoff game, a win under Drake May's belt, and kind of eliminating that narrative. I mean, even look at a guy like Lamar Jackson. It's still to this day kind of it's with him where it's like, well, yeah, in the playoffs, though, you never know what type of Lamar. You don't want that attack. Just win a quick playoff game like Stroud did, like Daniels did. Get that out of the way. You don't have to go to the championship game. Just get a playoff win and then let the team do what they need to do. Get another weapon. Go get a number 1 receiver. Try to get a little bit more productive in the draft. Hopefully in year 2 with Mike Vrabel, they're able to do that. It just feels like the schedule and all the doubters and obviously just the fact that you'd win a playoff game would be enormous for the program. It would be like a college program making a bowl game and getting that 6 more weeks to practice. You want to make the bowl game so you can get that pride, that extra pride. If they can win a playoff game, they'll get a lot more things that will benefit them going forward. And I just think it's important. Doesn't mean the season's a failure if they don't. It's obviously not, but it'd be important. It would be very beneficial to them to win a playoff game. And given the circumstances around their team, who they might be getting back by that point, and the rest of the AFC, yeah, it'd be wildly disappointing if they don't win one.
With the Patriots having New York, Buffalo, Baltimore in their next 3 games.
Yeah.
Especially when they face Buffalo again and then Lamar Jackson. They face an elite quarterback 3 times this season. Depending how you view Baker Mayfield, you could say 4 times. They avoided Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Next season, again, their home opponents outside of the division. The Denver Broncos, it's Bo Nix, but that's an elite defense. Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers.
Where's that?
That's at home.
Okay.
That's a good pull for them.
Yeah.
But their home opponents are going to be the divisional opponents and Broncos, Packers, then it's the Raiders, Dolphins, Vikings. Unless J.J. McCarthy makes an astronomical jump, I'm comfortable with that. Away, Bears, Lions, Chiefs, Chargers. Those are their 2026 opponents outside of their division.
Slate. That's a nice slate.
That's the test.
Yep.
Hey, guess what?
I'm not.
You're having a great year. You're building your confidence up. You're figuring out what's working. You need to get better. They have to get better in the receiving room. But then when you're facing the Bears, you can have your opinions on Caleb Williams. Ben Johnson's running a legitimate program there, and that offense can put up points.
They got Harry Freed in the front office. He's helped change things there.
The Detroit Lions, that is consistency, man.
Yeah.
Jared Goff's good. That defense is good. That offense is good. The Chiefs, if they miss the playoffs, get ready for the run the Chiefs go on. The Chargers, if Rashawn Slater, Joe Oliver healthy, they're all world tackles. Get ready.
That's right. They were there. They were doing it. I think they were ready to do that this year. I mean,
yeah. No, I'm with
Justin
you.
Herbert was my MVP pick. And if they get Harbaugh and you got Omari and Hampton and guys and they're healthy, you get a wide receiver. I mean, they already have Lad McConkey. He's like a number 1, even though he's a slot guy.
They've salvaged Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
Who went from a guy with a ton of drops. He's still dropping the ball, but
he's not terrible in terms of being your number 2. They're right there. So
it's this year is money in the bank. Do I want them to win a playoff game?
I think that would be a
1000%.
major benefit to them if they can do that.
What this season has been for the Patriots is a simple question of what were you expecting? For me, I was hoping to see respectable football because it was that bad when Gerard Mayo was a head coach. We opened this show talking about Thanksgiving Day football, how it doesn't matter in Massachusetts if you're eliminated. If you would go to a high school football game on Thanksgiving Day at 10 a.m., watching 2 teams that were eliminated from the postseason and still had to play, right? You would see more sound and disciplined football in that game than we saw last year. That's how bad the coaching was.
It was bad.
My expectations were low, and it's been exceeded with everything. But if you're a Patriots fan, where I understand your expectations are what you saw the last 22 years prior Brady leaving, next year, that's a true test. What is this team capable of?
617-779-0985. Mark George, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Essential Sports Hub headline presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
We got a Black Friday game today. Bruins back at home at TD Garden taking on the Rangers in what is a new Thanksgiving tradition, it feels like. Puck drop at 1 p.m. Boston looking making 2 wins in a row after beating the Islanders on Wednesday. Pre-game starting right here on 98.5 at 12:30. Still awaiting the lineups to drop in that one. As for the Celtics, day off for them. They're in Minnesota taking on Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves tomorrow, though. 5 p.m. tip-off. Boston's first of a back-to-back at Minnesota today, at Cleveland on Sunday. And Joe Burrow in his return for the Bengals threw for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Cincinnati defense forced 5 turnovers. They beat the Baltimore Ravens 32-14 in the Thursday night matchup. They went out. They have the Ravens again. They could win the division and make a push for the playoffs. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Boston Vision. Boston Vision helped baseball legend David Ortiz get back to seeing 20/20 again, and they can do the same for you. See like Big Papi. Book your free evaluation at bostonvision.com. I'm George Balekji. Your next Sports Hub headlines coming up in 30 minutes.
All right, back here at 95 The Sports Hub. Mark Dondero, George Balekji. It's Finish Strong Friday, presented by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Their team is ready 24/7 to help customers and finish every job strong. If you need them, visit call128.com. 617-779-0985. I just wanted to wrap up what we were talking about, George. Here's the thing in terms of winning the playoff game, okay? And I just want to make a quick correction. I said in Drake May's second year, I don't want to see a slide. This is his second year.
Third year.
I
know what you mean.
What I meant was
Second
from the
year's a
first
starter.
year when he was activated.
Yeah.
When it was like, oh, bleep, he's arrived. That's what I don't want to see the slide back after he's arrived. Yeah. That's what I'm worried about.
100%
It didn't really happen with Josh Allen. It took him a while, but once he arrived,
it was the build-up.
He stayed there.
And the better comparison is Drake May to Justin Herbert's career.
Okay.
When Herbert was given the go. I mean, remember, he didn't start off the bat. And then the team doctor for the Chargers accidentally
stuck the needle
in Tyrod Taylor's ribs, into his lung. And then Justin Herbert had to start. And you're like, oh, this guy can play. What were they doing? It was full go. It was Jacoby Brissett. I don't know. Alex Van Pelt wanted him to wait. I wanted Drake May to sit because of the offensive line. But anyhow, he wasn't a starter. And once he went, it was shaky. So he wasn't as ready as Justin Herbert. And then he went. Josh Allen was awful his rookie season.
Right.
He was a runner, very inaccurate, sub 60% completion percentage. You didn't know where the ball was going to land when it left his hands. And then it took him time and reps with Brian Dable to get to that point. Now he's one of the best in the league. You're right to look at it, and don't get caught up in rookie and all of that. This is basically like the start of season 2 now for Drake May because football games and reps matter. He was a 2-year starter at UNC. He's 24 years old. Think about it like that. He's 5 years removed from playing in high school. And now he's in the NFL at 24, and he's executing at this level. Yes, next season is when you want to see, it doesn't have to be the same astronomical jump, right? But you still want to see the improvements. That's what it has to be. And you know what? But you know what? What I want to see the jumps, get him a number 1 receiver, and let's see him play with a number 1 receiver.
That's part of J.J. Daniels' problem. Yeah, I mean, they lost Terry McLaurin. There was a whole holdout with Terry McLaurin.
Never healthy.
Injuries. Yeah.
Debo.
Right.
Washed up.
So
injured.
Since he's been activated, next year will be his second season since really being activated and arriving. That's what I want to see, and I don't want that slide back. I want to see the Josh Allen thing, even though it took him longer. Just another couple things real quick. The reason I want them, I just feel like if they can win the playoff game, there's nothing you can say. You can't talk about the schedule. You can't talk about, because what are you going to talk about the schedule in relation to? The Super Bowl? The dude, he's in his second year. They were awful last year. They had this unbelievable turnaround. Mahomes went to the Super Bowl or whatever in his first year as a starter. I don't think that needs to be the bar. If they win a playoff game, could it have been better? Could they end up choking the second playoff game? Sure. And those are all things we'll discuss. But I just feel like if they execute the turnaround that they've executed based on what they were, then you win a playoff game, there's really nothing you can say. Even if it ends badly in a devastating way, if they lose in the divisional round or the championship, whatever, you can't say anything if they get to the playoffs, especially if they're the 1 seed and win a game. I just feel like there's nothing you can say after the way they turned it around after having the 4 wins last year. And just here's another thing I don't want to hear. You said you were a little concerned about the Giants, right? Mm-hmm. A little concerned.
About the D-line.
D-line. Have you caught wind of other people being concerned?
I have not.
Okay. I've caught wind of other people being concerned, thinking that it's not going to be a blowout. It's not going to be as one-sided despite their record. The record is... if that's the case, then don't come around on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday of next week and tell me it wasn't a good win. So if they
win, they win. Yeah.
If you're concerned, though, if you have any level of concern because the Giants have this defensive line or they're better than their record says or they're playing well or they're hot or whatever, and the Patriots win, good win. That's it. It's a good win. You can't tell me you're concerned and then the Patriots win and say, they were 2-10. No, you were concerned because if they're blocked 2-10, don't be concerned. You shouldn't be concerned. They're 2-10. So you either have to be concerned and then give them credit, or you're not concerned and then they go and win. It's one or the other. Don't do that.
My concern is that this can be a loss because of the defensive line for the Giants. My concern is not, they're not going to beat the Giants as bad as they should. If they beat them, they beat them.
Yeah, this is the NFL. They've won
I get it. They should blow them out. Yeah.
It's so hard to sustain winning. You're not going to blow every team out. Can't stand that. So don't do that on Tuesday. Don't do it, George. You either say that this is a team you should beat, and then you can do more of that, or if you're concerned and think we should pump the brakes, don't tell me it was a nothing win when they win the game, if they're winning the game Monday night into Tuesday. 617-779-0985. Mark, George, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Joe Ryan, but it takes two to tango, right?
Yep.
You're right, Mark. That's what was said. But they didn't try until 15 minutes before the deadline expired. And then what we're hearing from people like Chris Cotillo, and I'm not saying him exactly, but we're hearing is, well, you know what? They tried, but they didn't because they know the price can be better for them in the offseason. All right, cool. You know what? As long as you get Joe Ryan because the window's big, get him this offseason, cool. I'm still pissed you didn't get him this past deadline, but get Joe Ryan. Don't get 36-year-old Sonny Gray, who's not a 1B starter. He isn't. He's a 3 or 4. And then go, but that's the Joe Ryan replacement.
Yeah.
Especially when the Blue Jays, who just went to Game 7 of the World Series and ran into that juggernaut, got Dylan Cease. Paid him a boatload. They're going all in. You need a Sonny Gray. You need that solid 3-4 starter. You need Joe Ryan. You need that number 2 starter. Because then what you look at, Garrett Crochet, Joe Ryan, the hypothetical Joe Ryan, Brian Bayo or Sonny Gray. Brian Bayo or Sonny Gray, and then you have Peyton Tolley, Connor Early.
Those options are fine as the back end of the starting rotation.
And then to add to it, go re-sign Alex Bregman. You need him for the leadership in the defense. Because I understand the quad strain he's dealt with. He's had a gap in their different legs, right? Let's get him healthy. And go get a Pete Alonso. You need a first baseman, and you need a middle of the lineup power bat. Don't one or the other. But that's what they're doing with the rotation, Mark. Not good enough.
So we need to see more of that. And yeah, it's just not good when you're talking about some of the other things that they'd be dealing with. And some of the other people, like the Blue Jays, they're not inconsistent. Yes, you got Garrett Crochet. I get it. You got Alex Bregman. But then you traded, in the middle of the year, Rafael Devers and got nothing. Then at the trade deadline, when you did try to get something, you were arguing that it was 2 to tango and other teams weren't interested in what you had. Well, you had a guy other teams would have been interested in, but you traded him earlier in the year for nothing. And you got nothing. That's the inconsistency that I haven't seen out of the Mariners or the Blue Jays or obviously the Dodgers or other teams like that. Be consistent. Let's try Paulie in the truck again. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, sorry about that. You caught me coming around the kitchen, coming right out of break. You caught me coming out of the kitchen with my Thanksgiving leftovers in my hand.
Thought he was in
Saw
the truck.
the screen light up, and then it went blank.
You're good. You're good, man. What's up?
Yeah, a couple of things on the Patriots, of course. But first, be careful with Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman, Scott Boras is an agent. Scott Boras will steal the eyes out of your head and rob you blind. He's probably going to want an overpayment in terms of years and even money per year. I'm very wary about that. I give him no more than 3 years and short money compared to what I gave him last year. Mm-hmm. He just hasn't been healthy for years now. He's getting wound into it. I'm not just going to jump right in and just swallow that bait whole. Not with their nation. That's for damn sure. And I'd rather have Schwarber than Pete Alonso. Now the Patriots. I said this summer several times on air that they would be fighting for the division title this year. If they can get to if they can win the division title, of course, if they and get that number 1 seed, that's your playoff win right there, without even having to play a game. They advance right through the first round into the divisional round. Okay, there's your playoff win, and it's all gravy from there. Okay, they would have done their job. And in terms of getting the number 1 receiver. That's what you're looking for? No, and no. You built from the inside and out. We still have problems on the offensive line. We need a pass rusher. We need some linebacking help. What I want to do, the first thing I want to do on the offensive line, if we can get one, is go out and get a prototypical left tackle and kick Will Campbell and Wilson inside to guard and center respectively, and then you got to think about getting your right tackle in the future. You guys still got a lot of Bill, they're just kind of patching things together. A lot of patchworking on both sides of the ball in the front 7 on defense and the offensive line. You got to strengthen both those areas before you think about going and getting the number 1 receiver. Now, A.J. Brown's probably going to end up eventually finding his way here anyway. Him and a plethora of free agents will be coming in from all points next year. They got plenty of draft capital. This team, you got to be patient. You can't overreach. This team will be stacked next year, but again, you got to build from the inside out, boys.
All right, thanks, Paulie.
Good call.
And what I will say to that is 2 things. Number 1, whatever you're going to try to do, you got to do it through the draft. So if you want that number 1 receiver, fine. You can maybe go get that, but then everything else has to happen through the draft. If they think they're going to just build their entire team through signings and trades, that's a bad approach. You have to find it through the draft, and they have to find a way to get more productive in the draft, especially those middle rounds. The other thing, I see what Paulie's saying, the playoff win, fine, but not fine. Because I want Drake May to get into a playoff game. I get it. You earn the bye. If you get to that point, you wait. You don't have to deal with wild card weekend. I want him in the game. I want him to feel the pressure. I want him to feel the moment and be, tied in the fourth quarter and get a game plan where they throw everything at you, where a team is coming off of a win or coming off of a great season and you have to beat. Like, I want them to actually physically win a playoff game. Just getting the bye doesn't take care of that for me. Get into a game, physically win the game. That's what I'm looking for.
They get into the playoffs. I want them to mess around and win. But it's also with talking about the free agencies will come. The interest is there now because Drake May's that good. You need Robert Kraft to cut Mike Vrabel to check, and I don't have faith that Robert or Jonathan Kraft will do that.
And Vrabel, too. I feel like Vrabel's attractive. He loves his players. He's a player's coach.
They will go to him, but then end of the day, they're going to have to pay. In free agency, again, after they paid a lot this past free agency.
Look, you got the quarterback. Why would you not pay?
Because
you're going to have to pay the quarterback soon. This is the time.
Because the Krafts are cheap.
Well, this is the time.
They've been.
Well, you can't be cheap.
Yeah.
Can't be cheap. Or else you're going to end up with, John Henry stain on your legacy or whatever. And that's not something that either men should have, honestly. But unfortunately for Henry, it's sort of come to that. You don't want to see that for Robert Kraft. 617-779-0985. Mark, George, we're going to get a headlines. We're taking you out to Bruins coverage at the bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
From the Tell Your Time Studios, WBZ-FM and HD1. It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe.
How you doing, guys? I appreciate taking my time. Hey, I totally disagree with the guy that just called. I know it was a great call and all that, but for years, this team has never had a pure number one best receiver around. I absolutely think they need to go out and, through the draft or whatever, get a number one receiver that they can have for the time that we have Drake May here. They need a number one, and everything else you could build around May and the number one. I totally disagree with that last call.
All right. Well, listen, I think a number one receiver obviously would help. I think it would protect you. Has it worked out for the Cowboys?
Yes.
They're going to miss the playoffs, so not really. It looks good,
it's big, but
you can really look flashy and get Cam Newton's attention, but they're going to miss the damn playoffs.
Has it worked for the Eagles? They drafted Devontae Smith. They traded a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. That's essentially their draft pick that year.
You know what's worked better for the Eagles, though? Being awesome in the draft and getting linemen.
Drafting Devontae Smith, drafting Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson. Trust me, I will sing the praises of how the Eagles have drafted. Also, what helped the Eagles? What pushed them over the top offensively last year? They had the best offensive player in football in Saquon Barkley, who they swung big for and got an elite weapon. You go to free agency to push you over the top, but you build through the draft.
Right.
That doesn't mean you ignore the premium positions like a wide receiver, especially in the draft we have coming up, Mark. This Patriots team will be picking late in the draft because they're going to be a playoff team.
Yeah.
They're not going to have that premier top 10 pick to get a surefire pass catcher. But Jordan Tyson out of Arizona, Carnell Tate out of Ohio State, he's so good. I don't think he'll be on the board when the Patriots are picking. Denzel Boston out of Washington, Jacoby Lane or Nick Harbor. Those are other guys. This is a good receiving draft. Don't ignore the need because you feel the need. And I understand the long-term thought process of kicking Will Campbell, Jared Wilson inside. Keep Will Campbell at left tackle. You used a top 5 pick on a left tackle. Keep him there. I think he's doing well. Kick Jared Wilson inside a center, and then eventually draft your guard where guards should be taken. 2nd, 3rd round, right? 3rd, 4th round. That's when you go about it. But don't ignore that wide receiver 1. I understand the Cowboys comparison. You know who effed the Cowboys up? Their owner, who's doing too much, right? Teams win, and elite pass catchers are needed in today's NFL.
You know, it's just great. Just hit me.
What's up?
You just mentioned some draft, like a draft pick or
I just
whatever.
love to talk.
Draft talk. Oof. We haven't had any draft talk all fall. And like last year, we were doing draft talk. I
From
feel like
week
October,
2.
right? We were like, who could they get? What are we looking at? Who's available? They're gonna have the top. We haven't even thought about that.
I started doing mock drafts.
Yeah.
On the Patriots pod I was hosting. I think like October.
Right. Because we were so interested in what they could be.
Because you had to do it.
Right. They
You
weren't
had
there.
to do it.
Now we're talking about matchups and playoff possibilities, and I mean, it's awesome. It's
Here's
great.
the teams in the NFC that are legitimate contenders, right? The Rams. They have Puka Nacua. Now, he was a 5th-round pick. He was a gem. No one develops receivers as good as them. And then they trade for Devontae Adams, right? They traded for him.
He was on
He was with the Jets. They traded for him, or he was cut and they signed him, whatever. They acquired him, pushed him over the top. Eagles have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. The Seahawks, underrated, very good team in the NFC. They drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep.
The Packers, they've drafted their receivers. The Lions, they've drafted Amon-Ra, late round pick, day 2 pick, day 3 pick, who has panned out, right?
Huge.
But like that's the thing. Don't ignore drafting at this position and going out getting that elite number 1 receiver. The way the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka, those have been 1st-round picks. Like you have to address that position when the guy's there that fits your needs.
And hit. I don't understand why they haven't done anything and everything to bring in somebody that knows how to draft that position for years. I know some of that was probably Belichick being stubborn, not wanting to go outside the organization, but now's the time to do it. Maybe Mike Vrabel can do it. I mean, Elliott Wolf really hasn't crushed it. Kyle Williams, outside of a couple catches, they have to do it through the draft. Like you said, you get yourself over the top. Darrelle Revis, Saquon Barkley with free agency, but you build through the draft, and they have not proven. Thankfully, Drake May can cover up a lot of warts, but they have not proven consistently that they can do it, even with Campbell and May being what they are. So I need more. And I think it's a fascinating spot that they're in and where the playoff picture is right now. In terms of the teams.
It's also, don't overlook, like left tackle is like receiver. Those guys don't hit free agency. We saw it. Everyone was all in on T. Higgins. He's the guy to get. I was like, guys, he's going to get tagged. Like he's not going to hit free agency. When they're going after Ronnie Stanley, it was insane that he decided to sign and not hit it, but the Ravens did everything in their power to not let him hit free agency. Those positions are so important. You have to draft high. You just use a high draft pick on a left tackle, he better be a left tackle. Use a high draft pick if you have it on a wide receiver. Don't use it on an off-ball linebacker.
You got to hit it, though.
Yeah.
You got to hit it. I mean,
and there was everything telling us that they were not going to hit on Will Campbell when it came to his measurements at the combine and all that, right? He's built like a guard. He's been working as a left tackle. You don't need to be great at every position on the offensive line. You need to be good and have those 5 guys look together and think together as one.
I think that's the MO of this Patriots team.
Chemistry is great.
They're not great really anywhere, unless you think that, maybe Christian Gonzalez is great. He gave up a couple last week that I wasn't impressed with. Other than Drake May, the receivers aren't great. The running backs aren't great. The offensive line isn't great. The defense isn't great. But they're all very good. You know what I mean? Nobody's great other than May. That's why they're over there.
And Milton Williams.
Okay, fine.
He's injured.
Yep. I'm just saying they're not great really anywhere other than at quarterback, but they're very good everywhere. Okay?
Yep.
And we're going to find out how far that takes them. Yep. That's what's fascinating about what this season has become. Will is in Natick. Hey, Will.
Hey, guys. Honestly, I don't have any problem with them getting a wide receiver through the draft, but they have to be super careful with focusing only on I have the quarterback and now I need a number 1 receiver, or you end up with the constant Joe Burrow of being hurt every year because you didn't invest enough in the line. Mm-hmm. That's all. I'd like to see them, solidify that line, but they absolutely need a number 1 wide receiver.
So it's funny to hear like what Will just said. I thought he was going to say something about the defense. It's just such a team sport. That's why it doesn't really it's a poor place to be if you can't draft, because you just need too many things. You can't address all of it through trades and free agency. You have to draft, and they have to. And I said this a few weeks ago because of the way Drake May was playing. We forgot about this. We disregarded it because we were so intoxicated by May. Understandably so. But the second biggest story, George, this season offered was, did they hit on draft picks? And I think that to this point, you're talking about a push at best. At best. Henderson he's had flashes, but I don't think he's an overwhelming hit yet. Will Campbell has been a hit. 4th overall pick. Kyle Williams, not a hit yet. He's probably a net negative at this point. Other than that, who else are you talking about? Not good enough, and that would be 2 in a row where you're at a net negative for your draft, despite the fact you had a high pick. That's a bad thing. That's a big story that we're not going to talk about right now because we're too blinded by the playoff race and what could they, can they win a playoff game? But if you're talking about
it matters.
That's going to be huge for them when they try to replace Hunter Henry's production and Ramondre Stevenson and Stephon Diggs, and their line is old because Morgan Moses had a good year pass protecting this year, but he's not going to be that good next year. And Michael Wenyu drops off. They're going to be in a dire need to have guys pan out that they drafted. That's a huge storyline.
They got Drake May in 2024. After that, Polk gone, Wallace injured, Leighton Robinson gone, Trevon Baker gone, Marcellus Dial injured, Joe Milton gone, Jaheim Bell gone, Christian Gonzalez, the draft 4 here, Keon White gone, Marte Mapu in and out playing, Andrews, Ryland, Mafi gone, Booty, Behringer, Douglas here. Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton gone, Marcus Jones here, Jack Jones, Pierre Strong, Bailey Zappi, Kevin Harris, everyone else gone. They have 1 guy from the 2022 draft, 3-4 from the 2023 draft, 2 from the 2020. You cannot. That's not sustainable. They have to at least have depth in the later picks, and they don't. Watch Vidarian Lowe when he's starting. Let's see how he does. You need depth.
Let's get one more call here quick. Ken is in Quincy. Hey, Ken.
Hey, guys. How you doing? So I just want to make one little comment. So we're blaming about we can't hit on the draft, this and that, whatever, as far as wide receivers go. For once, let's throw it on one of the players. Now, I don't know about you, but I remember it was maybe 4 years ago when we drafted that number 1 wide receiver out of ASU. I was happy as could be. I think everybody else was too, because everybody had this guy as a surefire hit, and he was massive. I think he's like 6'4", 225, 230, and he was a monster, and he flat out sucked for us. But he would have been and was supposed to be our number 1. And I think blame needs to go there because that right there would have taken care of half of the issues that we're going through.
N'Keal Harry's bounced around team to team and he hasn't panned out with anyone.
He's out of the league, isn't he?
Yeah. You can't blame it on 1 pick. And it's also why you can't be scared to draft because it was a huge miss in a draft that DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, all those guys. But you can't blame it on that one pick. And it's also why you can't be shy to draft at the receiver spot because you missed on one pick. Now, Bill Belichick has missed time and time again. Draft incredibly well on the defensive side of the ball. Continually missed at wide receiver. Mike Vrabel, Ryan Callahan, this is different scouting. This is a different regime at the front office. Go get your guy.
Yeah, and
that was a huge miss. No one's ignoring that.
Get the quarterback now. You got to get it. You got to do it now. You got to have these picks happen now. It's not Tom Brady, but he's a good quarterback, and you got to do it now. All right, we got to go to a quick break. When we get back, we'll finish this up more on the Patriots and maybe a Bruins thought as we lead you into Bruins Rangers from TD Garden. Mark Dondero, George Balekji, 98.5 The Sports Hub. All right, back here, 98.5 Sports Hub. Mark George. We're going to rifle through some calls. Start with Garrison in New York. Hey, Garrison.
Hey, I just was commenting on your take. I just have a question.
Yes.
Do you think the Commanders draft class from last year was a push or a hit?
That was a hit last year.
A hit, right? So they had 5 starters come out of that draft class. Right now, the Patriots in their 2025 class have 4 starters. And you just called it a push. So I want to know what your difference in that is.
My difference
between the two.
Okay, that's a fair question, but my difference is how good are the players? The starters, that's fine, that's good. One of those starters, is that a kicker?
For this draft, it's Andy Borregales.
Okay, that's fine. He's been good.
You can go Will Campbell, Jared Wilson, Travion Henderson, Andy Borregales, Craig Woodson-esque. He's a backup, though. He's not a starter, but he's a tweener.
Good. That's good. So, all right, fine. Fair
start.
point. That's a fair point. I still want. I think maybe this is partly because, George, they've been so bad, and I haven't seen the type of explosive talent emerge from a draft pick in too long. And in some of the positions of dire need, they've been so bad. I think it would mean more to me if they're able to find a way to draft some of those positions of need. The other thing, if you're talking about nuance with the Patriots, they drafted a guy at 4 overall who some think you said it earlier in the show.
He's a left tackle.
You could push inside, though.
You could if you want.
And be a guard.
Yeah.
That was a conversation that I don't want to have if I'm drafting a guy 4 overall. Yeah. I wouldn't do that. I think he's been good. But again, you're drafting at 4 overall. You should hit at 4 overall. Okay? Henderson, good player. But in terms of the expectations, I think he's sort of underwhelmed. Is he a bust? No. But he's underwhelmed. I mean, people were talking about him like he was the best offensive draft pick since Gronk. That's
which was said.
That was said, and that's not the case. So that's why, like Jared Wilson, fine. He's been fine. I don't know if he'll start next year or what. So it's not quite as explosive. Let's see what happens in the playoffs. Let's see what happens and how they do.
It's also that how many times you cannot say they've gotten 4 starters out of this draft until you see him actually pan out, like make it to the second contract, because that's the issue with a lot of the draft history. A guy starts, and then when it comes time to pay him, they let him walk because they stink. Guys to not be busts have to make it to that second contract with the team and actually, be a contributor, make an impact.
Maybe by the end of the year, it will be more than a push. Maybe it will be a hit, depending on the statistical accuracy of the way that they contribute to a playoff berth or a playoff win. Maybe it will be a hit. But I still need to see it at some of the positions of need. Okay, especially that wide receiver spot where they just haven't for years been able to convert. Mike is in the truck. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I did see this draft and this year, the draft, they actually went a lot of, offensive heavy. They went Kyle Williams in the 3rd round. They went Travion Henderson in the 2nd, then Will Campbell in the 1st. I would like to see them push more defensively in the upcoming draft because we're not getting a lot of pressure on the outside. I mean, Anthony Jennings is not that great of a player. And, Harold Landry is kind of underwhelmed, in my opinion, for the amount of money we paid him. So I think we should go more defensive heavy. You know what I mean?
I don't disagree with that. And I also think you're going to have to assess what you think Drake May can offer you. Is he a quarterback that can make people better around you? I'm not saying he can play with anybody. But do you need a top level? Like Dak Prescott, I feel like needs those guys. He can't win. He's barely winning with those guys. I know the defense. He needs those guys to be at his best. I think Drake May can get. I'm totally comfortable with this wide receiver core as it stands right now.
No, I need better.
No, I'm comfortable.
There is still a question mark if Stephon Diggs is a Patriot next year. And don't underrate what he does at the slot position.
I get it.
This wide receiving group needs to get better. They need to get more talented. Kayshon Boutte's a good piece. He's fine. His chemistry with Drake May, you can't deny. And he's proven me wrong. Pop Douglas is good. He could hit free agency very soon. Stephon Diggs can opt out and sign somewhere else, get a long-term, more money, all of that, etc. They need to get better on the outside. They need to get better as a pass catchers for Drake May. They do.
1st round pick next year. What are you doing? What are you taking? What position?
I would go with one of the receivers if it makes sense where they fall, right? If Carnell Tate's staring at me where I'm picking on the Patriots, I'm taking him. He's Ohio State receiver, 195 pounds, 6'3", goes up, gets the ball, attacks it. Just amazing athlete. I'm taking a Carnell Tate. Nick Harbor, he could be more of a project. I want that guy that steps in and contributes right from day one. Now, Kyle Williams, he can change a lot if he contributes and makes a jump in his sophomore season. Like, that could change a lot on the outlook, but I'm still taking a receiver if I like who's falling to me. That's part of it, too, is how does the draft board fall, right?
How does the draft board fall, but also how do the Patriots...
What do they value?
Where do they come up short? If they come up short, what made them come up short?
Yes.
What happened in the playoff game?
Yep.
Was it the offensive line? And it was a complete sieve, and they couldn't do anything, and May was completely ineffective? Was it the pass catchers? Like you said, they just didn't have the talent to separate? Did the defense let me down where they couldn't get any pressure on the quarterback, and time again, he had all day to throw, and they got killed on third down? That's going to impact what I want them to do in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just going to be, what they've done all year. I'm going to look at the playoff game and say, all right, that was the fatal flaw.
It's they could easily go in the direction to a TJ Parker out of Clemson, LJ Overton out of Alabama as well. Those are two edge rushers that I'm naming there. They could easily go that direction at the premium position because don't overlook Mike Vrabel, defensive-minded head coach, who he may want to take. I'm looking receiver. I'm looking to complement my quarterback. And as you're about to pay Christian Gonzalez, you hit on the receiver, you'd have your quarterback and your wide receiver under cost control contracts, which are crucial in a window. This draft is this is gonna be like the past draft you saw, not that top heavy, but deep.
I would take, if it were me, I would draft everything else and I would sign the wide receiver. I try to get that number one.
Easier said than done though, because they don't have free agency.
I get it. All right.
And then you got to give up that draft capital to get A.J. Brown.
I've been impressed with the Bruins this year. I give Marco Sturm credit. They've impressed me. Can they continue to impress today? They got to stop getting penalties. They got to find, they've cooled off a little bit, but now is the time to turn it up and on. Bees, Rangers, original six matchup.
It's a good, unofficial Black Friday tradition to get this game.
Yeah, home game.
12:30 start.
Garden. Let's go. All right, we're going to get you to TD Garden. Ryan and Bob on the call. Bruins, Rangers. Bruins trying to bounce back after they won the other night. They're not trying to bounce back. They beat the Islanders. They're trying to sweep it up. Let's go to TD Garden. For George, I'm Mark. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
From the Telfair Tire Studios, WBZ-FM and HD1. It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5 The Sports Hub. Paisley Media Group Station. This is Boston Bruins hockey. Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers, Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Telfair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Service Credit Union, and by Catcher's Law.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over! The Bruins have won the Stanley Cup!
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home. The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champions.
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
From TD Garden, it's Boston Bruins hockey. Today, the Bruins return home from their 4-game road trip for the traditional Black Friday matinee, and it's the New York Rangers in town for the first meeting of the season. Great to have you with us alongside Bob Beers. I'm Ryan Johnston. Today's